From our limited perspective, the stars, even the one at the center of the solar system, may appear little. But that is not the case. The universe is vast. On Earth, it's impossible to go very long without seeing the sun. Because it is the largest body in the solar system, this enormous ball of atomic fire rules the sky. Yet the sun isn't that enormous for a star. In fact, it's about average in size. So, are there any larger stars in existence? What is the name of the largest star known to exist in the cosmos, and where is it? Let's find out. How do stars work? We must first define a star before discussing the biggest star ever discovered in the universe. A star is a large, bright astronomical object made of burning gas that emits radiation as a result of internal reactions. Although hydrogen and helium make up the majority of stars, other elements can also be found in them. Moreover, there are a huge number of stars in the universe. The universe is rich beyond measure, according to Carl Sagan, who also noticed that there are more stars than there are sand grains on all of the planet Earth's beaches combined. According to recent calculations, the observable universe contains at least 1,000...
Life is hard. I bought a new pair of shoes the other day, walked outside into the rain, and...
Oh. This isn't a good color to read everything. Hey guys, hey Warren, Len, Toronto, welcome mate, Basamo, Justice, P-Man, Eddie Eagle. Eddie Eagle, a young guy like you is going to make a lot of money. Just remember that. Lucky is good. I moved his cushion over so that if he does a little roll in his sleep, he'll hit the railing rather than 9 steps down. We'll do it live, Max. Hey, Len. Well, Len, I hope my guidance helps. I don't know. I think all of you add more to each other than I add to you. Germany is here. Quinton Nell. Schnell? What does Schnell mean? Hurry? I guess it means hurry. I don't know how to pronounce that. Hey, Paul, Spiny, Len, JD, 4 p.m. Let's talk about dividends. Hey, son, Kevin. Dapper Dan reporting live. Tonight, this is London. Hey, Daily Jillian, UK time. In the UK. It's hard to break even on all these stocks, Paul, but I don't know what the best advice is. If you look back, you'll see that you had a chance while there was volume to get out at profits. But that's for trading. And these are largely special situations, which I'd rather allow the movement, the big movement, to create the profit rather than skills at trading. Trading is, personally, I think the worst thing that can happen in trading is that you win at it, and then you have a series, and inevitably you have a series of losses, unless you're someone that sits at the computer, watches the charts every second of the day, and I don't have that kind of time left in my life. Thank you, Justice. Ensign from Maine. All right, MMAT, we'll see what happens. I like the company. I don't understand what they're doing with their financing. April 29th, Matthew. Hey, the Ram, I'm just fine. I'm just fine. Thank you, Matt. Eddie, exactly. However, these things I say that I forget I said, and then they come back at me. Hey, Flora. Robert, PTPI, smoking all day. Somebody was recommending that. Was it Avid? Yeah, the trading today. Hey, Barry. AV Jobs. LGIQ. I think it was y'all's call yesterday from South Africa. Quinton now. Wow. South Africa. Super G. Yeah. It might be good for you to see my face, but it's when I look at it, it's nobody I recognize. Yeah, P-Man, I agree. Yeah, Mark, I have some thoughts on that offering, but let's look at it before I Deutschland. All right, so now I already forgot the several questions I was going to answer. Hey, Jay Singh. Yagadev from Luton, UK. Wow. Happy Vesakai. Happy to you. Happy weekend. So, in no particular order, and if I forget somebody's point, just put it up again. I think the trading in GTI today, right now it is at 172. For recent days, that's very low volume. Let's see if we can get those tulips in the background. Considering the last few days we had, I don't know, it was Monday, I think it was 1 million, Tuesday 2 million. And just by memory, I think each of the next days were over 1 million as well. So today's volume is relatively low. I don't understand what's happening. I guess there's a little bit of an impasse in that most of us have already paid our money and taken our ticket. But I would imagine if there's any larger buyers, they're professional. So they would be willing to just sit at the bid or try to buy carefully. But I think it's all manipulated. Right now on the ask, you've got 23,758 shares for sale. So 8 times $1.71. I tell you, it's all manipulated. And it's a sadness that you have to learn how corrupt our system is and how flaccid our regulatory environment is. But anyway, so 171.8 last trade, up 6 cents, 573. Let me write that down so we can see how much volume happens from now. 573, 970 at 308, and it's 171.8. I'm going to guess that it's going to it was as high as 180 today. I'm going to guess it's going to make a run at 180 or higher by the end of the day. They have to cover. They do not want to be in the stock over the weekend unless they're kamikazes, and they may be. They may be kamikazes. I also am surprised, I think someone was just asking about it, but I'm surprised not so much that people aren't buying, because yesterday on the call I said you might be able to buy same-day settlement. I don't know. We used to do it all the time. Ham came on and corrected me that that's an institutional strategy. I don't know. All I know is I did it on behalf of my clients all the time. And I don't know if it's still available. But more importantly, Ham's point that it's institutional, I wonder why the criminals that are short and are going to have to pay these restricted shares aren't buying today, same-day settlement, just to get rid of that obligation. I think that might kick in by the end of the day. Ham's larger point on the call yesterday was that whether or not you get shares, whether or not we ever get a chance to sell these restricted shares, the whole point of this exercise is to cause first it's Kurt Kramer, the idiot, then it's Alpine, the idiot savior, the idiot savant savior. It's not even a savant. The dolt that is trying to save the position. And then it's the other shorts that have come along nipping at the carcass, trying to get a little bit of meat off the bone before it's gone. So I'm surprised. I don't think they understand what Ham was saying is that each restricted share, we think it's 300, 325, 350 million shares counterfeited. Who knows? Maybe it's 100 million. Maybe it's 10 million. I don't know. All I can go with is the information I have, try to line it up, and make, admittedly, some assumptions. But then you run the risk of making an ass out of you and umption. But what else are you going to do? Just throw a dart? I suppose you could do that. But the point is that let's just pick one number, 300. Let's pick 100 million. Let's say there's 100 million shares that have been sold that do not exist. All of a sudden, whoever did that has to come up with 10 million shares of restricted stock at $1.72. And if you'll allow me, since I rounded down on the number of shares, to round that up to $2, that's $20 million. Well, all these opportunistic shorts that are nipping at the carcass right now, they don't want to put that money up, and they're going to run away. I think they're going to cover by the end of the day. Doesn't seem like it's happening, but we'll see. I think the larger short, Kurt Kramer, the idiot, the dolt, the arrogant putz, I don't think he's even running the account anymore. So I see pictures of him all over the internet, out celebrating, drinking, proud father, proud purloiner. But his mistakes are sitting there kindling with kerosene poured over it to light the biggest bonfire you've ever seen. Alpine seems to be headless right now. They're battling just for their survival. But maybe Alpine is in there shorting to save their own rear end. But I think right now what's happening is these mercenary shorts that Alpine has called are in there scalping, trying to help each other, thinking they have a situation here which they can control. I think it's going to get out of control very quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's any thinking among those people, and I'm not sure there is. It's a lot of thinking with testosterone, and I mean, these are not geniuses. I don't even think they could change a spark plug. I'm not sure many people could, but I used to be able to. Anyway, so that was one question, is the trading on GTII today. Let me look at logic. 44 cents, bravo. 42 cents bid, 44 cents offer, 127,000 shares. Good job, guys. I guess there's an MMAT offering. We'll try to talk about that. But on logic, I want to call attention to something that I received from Brent. Most of you are better at high-tech stories than I am. I don't even know what a nest is in Twitterati. I don't know how to... trust me, I need a wife or a secretary or a man Friday to handle all of this technology. I don't know how to do it. But anyway, I received this about an hour ago. Brent wanted me to know that the AI, that's not Al, that's not Tony Al, that's not Tony AI. This is AI as in artificial intelligence. The whole AI thing seems to have been missing us. In other words, bypassing logic. AI stocks have exploded. MRAI went nuts. Or if AI's in the symbol, they go nuts. Look at CXAI, went from $2 to $27. I guess that's over the last 2 days. His point is, we have made 2 acquisitions 2 years ago. Fixel AI and Rebel AI. This is the core to their business. The core of Logic's business are these 2 artificial intelligence platforms they bought. It's in our DNA. Not a Me Too scenario. So I want to study that a bit more so I can give you a more cogent explanation of what I just said. But I trust Brent, and I call to your attention that Logic may be an AI, not an AL, an AI stock, and that's something to bear in mind. Okay, what was the third thing you guys were asking me? Oh, MMAT. And then I'll go back in and look at your questions. Oh, God. MMAT is 23 cents, down 15 cents. That's with a delay. Let me look at the live quote. What these criminals do, they can fulfill. They come in all smiles, helping. As soon as you've signed on that dotted line, it's the worst decision you've ever made. They stop smiling. They start turning the screws. And it's 23 cents, down 15. 25 million underwritten public offering. But anyway, what the shorts can do is say, oh, now it's the business plan isn't going to work. They need money. They drive it down, and then just because the company needs money, they raise money at false prices, which Gary Gensler, look over here, I went to great schools. I teach at MIT. I work for Hillary Clinton. I worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm worth 120 million. Watch my hands. Try to see that I'm trying to be very helpful to everyone at the SEC and all investors. I'm doing the work that others SEC. In my mind, he's a fraud, and he's dissembling or distracting. You know, the 3-card Monty, he's moving shit around so you don't see it. But He's allowing this to happen, and he knows it happens. Or, look, there's only four possibilities. He's an idiot. He's uninformed, number two. He's doing it on purpose because Goldman Sachs and everybody else makes money on it. Those are three possibilities why counterfeiting continues. I can't think of a fourth. Those are three. Maybe the fourth is he's paid off. Okay, they did a underwriting of 83 million shares and warrants for 83 million. So they did a unit. 30-day over allotment, which is a green shoe, to purchase up to 12.5 million, and another 12.5 million warrants. So it's basically a 200 million share offering. April 18th. So they haven't priced it yet. So they're selling. They're going to give MMAT their own money by selling shares right now that don't exist, which they'll cover in this offering. Gensler will look the other way. Ladenburg Tallman, who I used to respect. I'm getting some feedback. I don't like this Alliance Global Partners. I think they're a front for shorts, or they are shorters themselves. Guys, I don't... let me go to... I see they have 382 million shares outstanding. Let me go to OTC markets because somebody said that's the most current information. I don't know. So that's MMAT. I don't see any information on the stock here. Oh, here. Company profile. Security details. Let's look at security details. Nothing. Let's look at share structure. Outstanding shares, 382 million. So in one offering, to use round numbers, they've increased the outstanding shares by 50% for $24 million. The market cap right now is 100. That's impossible. That market cap is completely impossible. Let me go to Yahoo. But as I've learned from you guys, I'm often wrong in my arithmetic. Okay. Market cap. There, that makes more sense. Market cap 88 million. So they've raised ostensibly 25 million, and on a market cap that's 90 million, and they've increased their outstanding shares by 50%. Let's see what he says he's going to do with the money. Meta intends to use the net proceeds from the offering for working capital, ongoing development of our existing and future products, encore, You know, the Soviets have developed a hypersonic missile that can travel, now I'm getting lost in my memory, 5 or 8 times the speed of sound. Something massive. And it's all because they developed a material that can withstand the pressures and the expansion under high heat. These missiles can take out our aircraft carriers all at once, and we have no defense. But when we have companies in this country developing advanced materials, we short them so that Gary Gensler and his cronies can imagine they're actually doing something worthwhile in this world, on this planet. I don't like that it's with Alliance. I don't like that, to me, you can correct me, it doesn't seem like very much money. I would imagine their burn rate is at least, I don't know, so I should be careful. But you should look up what their burn rate is. Try to calculate that. I don't think this money's going to last very long. So all the criminals have to do is keep the pressure on. Now, then there's warrants there. On the other hand, to go with the positives, it is a lot of money if he can get through milestones that bring in revenue and get the stock to a new valuation. Then it is a lot of money, and it looks like, so that's one positive. The second positive, it looks like the money's coming all at once, not in tranches. I take that as a positive. I think the company is a great company, conceptually and what they have. So that's the third positive. They have this green shoe, so there should be a market stabilization after the offering is announced. But right now, these criminals are in there selling the stock. Instead of raising money from you, they go out in the market and they short the hell out of the stock. The average volume is 8 million shares a day. They've already sold, the volume 71 million so far today. So they're selling stock now. And they'll do it every day and afterward until Monday. So I guess it's today and Monday. It'll settle on Monday. There'll be a green shoe so they can continue a little bit longer. But the green shoe is basically there. Once the offering is priced, it's there to stabilize it. So I guess my fourth and final point is it's possible that they will try to have a legitimate offering, a legitimate stabilization, and legitimately place this offering in strong hands who want to see a profit. So I know I gave you my initial negatives, and now I'm giving you some hope. I think, bottom line, I'd like to see how it trades Monday to tell you how I feel about it. But it closed at 38 cents. It's 23 cents right now. 71, so let's just do that. 38 minus 23. 50 15, you know, divide it in half and multiply that by 70 million. Well, there's $5 million they've taken out of the market today to give the company, which they can earn their fees on. They don't really have to raise that money. They just took it out of the market. That's been going on. That's the kind of activity that I learned when I moved offshore, that I learned all about. It's not legal, but everybody looks the other way. So out of the 25 million they're going to raise, there's 5 million of it just happened today by selling the stock, which you can't do, but they can. And we'll see what they do Monday. They may sell more, so it may go down Monday. Also, then, they've been shorting it now for many, many months. So a lot of the shorts out there will come in to the offering to cover. I don't like that either. I don't know. I'd like to have a better than a 50-50 feeling about it. I'll wait till Monday to give see how it trades, but I don't think all of the naked shorts out there will be taken out with this offering. So I don't trust it right now. All right, let's go see how GTII. Unbelievable, they're raising money. They're going to raise money at 20 cents. Unbelievable. I mean, you can't blame the guy. He's got to keep his company going. Who I blame is Gary Gensler. But he's a meaningless, he's a functionary. No one's going to remember Gary Gensler. He's a beta male amongst a lot of alpha women, and maybe there's one alpha male somewhere. He's just a beta male. 171 to 172, 601,000 shares, 240. So it's about 25,000 shares have traded since you and I started talking. All right, let me see what you've been saying to me. Other than, would you please shut up? All right, I'm scrolling backwards. Hopefully I can get to a lot of your questions. Do the brokers have to provide these shares by the 29th? Yeah. Cindy Lou, I don't know why I'm starting here. I hope I'm not missing anybody. Cindy Lou Who, yes, but in the past what they do is just put an IOU in your account. It's all electronic. So they can get around it by saying there's going to be a delivery. They'll just carry the short over. But the whole point of having it as restricted is exactly what you're saying. I don't think that means the squeezing pressures will climax then, but they'll start. And starting's the biggest part of the battle. Hey, James Cipriano. U.S. Tahoe, U.S. 1 Tahoe, welcome. US 1 Tahoe, it has great technical analysis if you ever want to ask him a question. Will MMAT recover at all? I'm not optimistic, MKC. Not at all. I mean, if you want to be aggressive, buy it today and Monday. Double up or triple up your position. And if there's any rally at all, get the hell out. It's a great company, but it's being diluted all to hell. Lion of all trades, Jennifer, Rebecca, Wayne, Jenny, Rebecca. I tossed the Wells Fargo cup. Yeah, that's a good point. The guy that gave it to me I really like, but I don't think he works there anymore. ISDA banks, get out of them, says Kevin. How to find Ham, Twitter or YouTube? Twitter. It's Ham at Ham Short Killer. That's it on the Twitters, the Twitter feeds. I do need a wife. I really do. I need a life. I really do. Okay, Don J. Is it the same trading logic in Neo then? No. Yes, it's the same stock. And remember, Logic did a $3 offering on the Neo with these smiling criminals. And they're still recovering from that. Come on. They thought they were doing the right thing with an exchange that represented themselves as having integrity. Every man has the same come on. I'm gonna take you to the top, baby. I'm gonna take you 1,000,000 miles from here, baby. Yeah, Kevin, MMAT is being hammered because the people at least probably Alliance, but maybe at Tallman as well, they don't want to really raise money. They're just because there's the Gary Gensler exemption that if you have a market maker, you can just sell stock that doesn't exist. They're pummeling the stock. The good thing about MMAT, it is a good company. It has good ideas and good products. Sounds like trouble in bed for me. I don't know. I'd rather not talk about it. I never want to hear about anybody else's situes in bed, so why would anyone want to hear about mine? That's interesting. Big, MMAT, BBBY, all around there. Question is, are they going to be able to get it down under 10 cents? I mean, one thing I like about this offering is they're raising a lot of money, it appears, all at once. But I don't know the burn rates. I don't know their debt structure. I don't know. I'm going to have to look it up. But it seems rather than coming in tranches, they're going to take all of their medicine all at once. So that might be good. But you're getting scared or scarred, Ryan? Scarred. I think with 2 R's it's scarred. I think. But yeah, I'd love to interview Gary Gensler. I'd love to see yeah, I'd like to be in his class that he teaches. Raise my hand and ask a question. Anthony Wilson, some men aren't looking for anything logical like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn. Well, if you're referring to me, Anthony Wilson, which I'm not sure you are, I can't be bought. I don't know what I would do if someone were yanking my teeth out with pliers or drilling a drill through my hand, or torture. I don't know what I would do under torture, but I can't be bought. It's not that I want the world to burn, though. I'd like it to be, if it just went back to being what it was 40 years ago, before the Clintons. Yeah, I think that's right, Jenny. Gary Gensler is probably a patsy. Well, I think signing a marriage certificate being one of the worst business decisions an individual can make, I think that applies to men. But I know a lot of women that it changed their lives. And they're financially really well off because they signed a marriage certificate. Yeah, they haven't. They've never worked a day in their life, Chris, but they've hadn't had to. I hate this term, but they haven't had to eat what they kill. They just feast off of what other people killed. Kim's caboose. Hey, West Virginia. Abdul, it was very nice talking with you. Nice to hear your voice, Abdul Razik, and I hope your Ramadan continues to be joyful and full of blessings. Kevin bought a block. That's great. I should be a rapper. What is a rapper? There's no ham call today, but if there is, we've already missed it. Let me look. I looked before I signed on and there was no call. We can always come in late and then we can go listen to it later, what we missed. No, I don't see that there's a call. Let me just check one more place. Nope. I don't see where there's a call. Now, at 10 o'clock, there's a space call about the dividend on the Twitters. All right, the warrants are at 30 cents. Yeah. Will they ever get exercised? Remember, CRTD had warrants at $1 something, $1.80, $1.50, I don't remember. Or it was 80 or 90, I don't remember. And they exercised them at 20 cents. Well, Chris, I don't know where you are. I was talking to a friend in London, and mortgages, the payments are going up. His is up 8 times. 8 times. It's going to be tough. Who's George, Pete? See, I don't know enough. I shouldn't be really talking so much. Don't listen to my advice on MMAT. Yeah, let's get the power half an hour. Delay the bills. Well, it's a joke. Who's this? Simp. Am I gonna kill you? Simp Benji? I don't know you, Simp Benji. Yeah, I see, Pete. Hey, Robert Kopecki. Chris Brown. What's my conservative squeeze target price? 10x from where it breaks out. So if you assume it breaks out from here, $17, but I think the breakout will be from a much higher price. And my working theory of a breakout price right now is somewhere around $7.50. It might be $9, might be $10, might be $15. But my conservative estimate is after it breaks out, 10x would be the very most conservative number. Well, yeah, that's great, Mark Maddox. They're working with a top 10 battery manufacturer, but is it I'm seeing Jack Wolf's thing. LGIQ is giving it all back. Let's try to talk about that. Yeah, but if they're diluted and they don't have enough money to get to their next milestone, which I hope is revenue, they'll have to dilute more. That's the problem, no matter how good the story. It is, Don. Logic is the same one. Move to Costa Rica or Portugal. Yeah, Jenny, you're right. They have a rat. So I skipped some there, but it's getting hard to get everybody. I'll try to go back. But in terms of logic, let's look at the trading. There's 4 companies, maybe only 3 left, that participated in the NEO exchange offering over a year ago at around $3, maybe exactly $3 a share. And they had all this painful, sort of like Mrs. Pac-Man. If the stock went down, there were ghosts there they could gobble up of more shares. Well, of course they drove the stock down. But they seem to be a little bit different. Ionic, anyway, that's not the NEO. Ionic seems to be a little bit different and has been bought out. But the 3 companies that participated in the offering out of the NEO, what these geniuses do and the value they add to the world. They have computers, and so they can trade a certain amount of volume. I don't know what the parameter is, but there's a limit each day. They're legally. And they just trade between the bid and the ask. They have these little formulae. They are just taking profits out of the market for themselves. Doesn't serve anyone any benefit. But that's what's probably going on with logic at the end of the day. They can calculate, they can save the number of shares they're able to sell each day till the end of the day and then do it. Now, it's not something I've ever done, so I don't fully understand the intricacies of this. But to them, they're indifferent if logic's trading at 40 cents or at $4. So the good news is this kind of manipulation where they're taking profit out because they're such geniuses there are no market makers anymore. Brokerage firms don't protect you, so they just go in there to take a penny, half a penny, a third of a penny, and they do it all day long around a price. I don't know how much longer people are going to put up with it. They do nothing. That's what they do. That's their additive to life. They don't invent cures. They don't farm. They don't build houses. They just hit and run on a stock all day long. And they call that part of the GDP. Anyway, 173 to 174 on GTII, 645,000. I'll get to, let me get to logic. Let me get to logic. Yeah, logic was as high as 45. Right now it's 40 cents. It's 151,000. But notice that they brought the bid down to 38 cents. The ask to 44. Last trade 44 cents. Almost the high on the day. Last trade 44 cents. But this is these so-called sophisticated traders from the NEO that are just trading around the stock price, nipping out fractions of a penny every single time. And you know, they're married, their kids go to good schools, they have houses with fireplaces in them, and they take vacations around the world, and all they do is pickpocket the market all day long. But anyway, it's not a threat to the price of the stock, as I understand it. Maybe it is during the day, because imagine how much higher the stock would be without that manipulation. But what I'm talking about is over the nearer term, shorter, you know, let's just name it, over 2 weeks, 2 months, a year, it won't have an impact on the price. They're just opportunistically eating fleas and ticks off the back of a rhinoceros. And the rhinoceros is still going to be able to cross the Nile and get up into the highlands. Anyway, last trade on logic right now, 44 cents, 151,000. It's up 24% on the day. We've got 9 minutes to go. GTII. Oh, they're getting it down. Well, we'll see. So I'm wrong. They're not covering at the end of the day. Geniuses that they are. Depending on what you mean by soon, my understanding is the dividend will be in your account on the 29th. If my memory's wrong, it's out there. It's in writing. It is what it is. So that's when you'll see it. If your question is, will you see a real dividend or just an IOU, an electronic entry in your account, I don't know. We'll find out. But historically, what the brokerage firms do, if they don't have enough, they just give you a placeholder. So I don't know that you're going to be able to tell if you have the real thing or a placeholder. I'm hoping the company makes some announcement so we get more details. But yeah, you'll get it. You'll get it, the dividend. Remember, though, our hope is that the stock moves in a life-changing way before you ever even have a chance to take the restriction off of that dividend. And maybe it'll be there if... Oh, I know, I wanted to go over something with you. So let me do that. Well, I'm just going to go backwards. Okay, this I put up on Twitter just to quickly show you what the shorts have to do. When you're short a stock, you have potentially unlimited losses. Your fees can go for de minimis to, as Fidelity was charging, 1,000% to borrow shares, sudden change in the cost to carry. And then thirdly, when there are dividend payments, it falls to you as the party who is short to deliver those dividends. On top of that, the risk is margin calls. And here, this is off of the Motley Fool, usually 30 to 35% of the value. My guess is the Fed call is around 25%, and there's a lot of leeway with these criminals down to that level. All right, I have a feeling this is going to go back assward. This came out on Twitter from a gentleman that used to come on these calls. He probably got bored with me, but he's a good man. It's Albert, and this is dated today, late update. GTII confirmed last month on its new website, because they upgraded their website, the Trento mine project, $3 billion plus in reserves, is alive and well. It's been 19 months since the LOI, the letter of intent, to acquire was signed. It's been 13 months since a $350 million bond was announced as secured. According to It's Still Me Albee, the expectation is this deal will be finalized any day now in GTII. $3 billion plus in reserves, dollars. Of course, the Kramers, the crack research team at the Kramers, will study that and find out that, okay, I already read that to you. They'll just study that very quickly and determine that that's a good reason to sell the stock. So this is an example of the news story, March 24th, 2022. Venor Capital, the underwriter of a $350 million bond offering for Trento Inversiones SBA, has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Style AG, a U.S. co. Miami, Dubai, pursuant to which the parties are engaging in discussions to enter into a definitive agreement for the purchase of, or by, SAI, the entire $350 million bond offering. GTII has been informed by Trento that Venor Capital has confirmed availabilities of funds for the bond purchase. This was a year ago. So on 12/17/22, it's still me, Albee wrote, that leads to where we sit today. GTII took 16 months to complete Gold Transactions, Inc., a much smaller acquisition in comparison to what's estimated in the Trento mining transaction, and no updates since the bond was announced as secured. 13 months since the LOI. What if? His point is, what if? On the positive side. Hey, lucky boy. All right. I keep putting the same thing up. So maybe I've made my point and it's pointless going on. Okay, then he wrote on 12/17, 4 months later, GTII announces underwriter of the 350 million bond Venor Capital has confirmed funds available and enters a memorandum of understanding with Style AG for purchase of the entire bond. Once the funds are received by Trento, shares will be released and mining commences. Now, this was written by It's Still Me, Albee, in December of last year. Also, December 17th, GTII hires Chilean law firm Bertrand Galindo to conduct due diligence of the mining project and all concessions related, as well as all relevant corporate, legal, regulatory, and tax issues. That was announced by GTII. Remember, when GTII makes an announcement, if there's material facts that are not true, they can go to jail. Criminals like Kurt Kramer, they can do whatever they want. They have a lawyer that'll, if they get into real trouble, the lawyer will get a settlement agreement. Okay, again in December of last year, It's Still Me, Albee wrote, in November 21, GTII announces an LOI, letter of intent, stock purchase agreement with Trento, created solely for the purchase of Trento, which is a 40% owner of the Trento mine, which holds an estimated 1 million tons of reserves of rare earth minerals and iron, valued over 15.4 billion. 15.4 billion. That's the number I always use. Okay, and the final one to read you. An LOI to acquire the first of the company's mining businesses was signed in February of 2021. Gold Transactions International became a wholly owned subsidiary of GTII June 22. It took that long. It took 16 months for that one to happen. And in terms of the Trento mine, our management team has been involved in this for over a year now. Anyway, I just throw that out there to address the point on your restricted shares. You may not be able to sell those in a short squeeze, but the company may end up having massive value per share because of this Trento mine acquisition. And Kurt Kramer blithely skates by it, and Alpine, I guess in some Nero, they're just avoiding looking at how horrible it could be. Anyway, so the stock closed at unbelievable. Oh, they closed it at 174 on 691,000. So they did a little bit over 100,000 shares since you and I started chatting. It's not great. I really would have thought they would have been covering. Logic closed at 44 cents. So whoever said it was giving it all back, I don't know what you meant. Maybe you meant from 45 cents. The high was 45 cents. And it closed at 44 cents. So maybe gave back a penny. And that's something that's important to point out in an alarming, as if that's alarming, I suppose. 151,000 shares. Let's see what I missed in the chats. Andrew Miller. what has it been like trading from the District, Maryland, and Virginia, and away from the street? Has it provided more perspective while being as inscrutable? No, I don't know what it's taught me. I don't trade per se. I mean, obviously, that's what we're talking about the last 2.5 years. But it really hasn't taught me anything I didn't know. What I've learned, Andrew, by being away from my old office and then going and meeting everyone there from time to time, everything's changed. Everything's managed money now. Brokers don't talk about stocks. They don't build positions. It's all managed money. And I think you as clients have lost a lot because of that. Chris Griffin, the GTII dividend is a 1-for-10 distribution of restricted shares. To my memory, and I don't really feel like looking it up, today is the record date, and it's effective on the 29th. But anyway, I put it up on Twitter. Whatever it is, it is. Essentially, a week from now, you'll have your dividend. You can't do much with it. Number one, you may not have a real dividend put into your account by your brokerage firm. You don't know. I'm sure the company will do an announcement that will help us understand that Monday or Tuesday, if there's more that we have to do, otherwise than just sit back and receive this dividend. The restriction will likely be at least 6 months. So the whole point of this, though, is to cause Kurt Kramer and the rest of the criminal claque to have to locate real shares all at once. GTII is trying to enforce securities rules that the SEC will not, and trying to force settlement of all the fails to deliver. So if it works, you're going to see a bank run, so to speak, on real shares of GTII. You're going to see a short squeeze. Well, Jenny, what they should do at the end of the day is buy back all the stock. They didn't do it. So my interpretation of that is they were moving money back and forth from LLC to LLC, so some of the criminals were able to take some money off the table, and they left open positions to the negative, and they're willing to walk away from LLCs that lose money. But what Ham is talking about, in a normal situation where there's normal risk management going on, they would have covered by the end of the day, and it doesn't look like they did. Yeah, overpaid wanker. You will see the dividend in your accounts. Barry, you're pretty amazing. Up 25% again. I don't know, Barry, why it would dump on Monday as opposed to any other day. It won't dump on Monday because of the dividend. If anything, there should be buying, but we'll find out. Sold all your Canadian logic and bought it on the U.S. market. That's good after what Brent said. That's good. I think there's some good things coming for Logic. And remember, he's going to have a call to everybody next week. And I'm hearing rumors of large buyers in Logic. So I think you did the right thing. I like that. Rolling like a playa. Who is issuing the dividend and what is the chain of transfer? Omar. GTII is issuing 1 restricted share per 10 shares of common as of record date April 14th, 2023. That distribution will go directly to shareholders, to my memory, on April 29th. That's the chain of transfer. Now, it's possible the company will further clarify with a news announcement that in order to get real restricted shares, we might have to do something with a Liberty Stock transfer agent. That's speculation on my part. I have no idea. We'll find out if I'm right or wrong. Omar, it's likely that your brokerage, my brokerage, are going to stuff your accounts with IOUs. They're not going to be really real. I don't know how that fits in your question in terms of chain of transfer. It's just that GTII, we believe, we cannot prove to 100% certainty, has a massive counterfeit short situation. So the shorts are going to owe it to you if in your account are counterfeit shares. If in your account, the other side of the long in your account is a short, they owe it to you. The broker, your broker, I guess you would call it, is the agent, but it's on them to put it in your account and go collect it from Kurt Kramer. So you will see that entry. But if you're going deeper in your chain of transfer, other than the surface obviousness that it comes from the company to you, and you want to delve down into what the criminal shorts are doing to the system, I don't know, it becomes a little bit of a thought process. But the fact is, if there's 300 million failed to deliver shares trades out there, there's going to be 30 million restricted shares deposited in accounts that don't exist. But you're not going to be able to tell from your statement. You're not going to be able to tell if you call in. This is the obfuscation that Wall Street has been doing for a decade or more. I don't think Charlie Mayo is the rat. I think Ham is talking about a rat within the Alpine system. Jenny gave me a name, which I was about to say I'd give you, but I'm not going to, because that might be unfair to that individual. But it's the rat that Ham is talking about is somebody at Alpine that's going to rat that's going to disclose or whistleblow on all of the, as I understand it, all of the players, Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Charlie Mayo, others in all stocks that have been counterfeiting shares through Alpine Securities. It's pretty explosive. He's the, who was that guy? I have to look it up. Joe Valachi. He's the Joe Valachi of, this rat will be the Joe Valachi of the securities system. Well, Moody Waters and Omar, it may be just as simple that we get the shares in our account and just let the system sort it out. I just don't know yet because the company hasn't clarified. Crackhead research team. I know, I saw that. They got their first rat czar. Here in D.C., I would vote for mayor for anybody that got rid of the rats. Lucky feels all right. He forgot all about it. But I moved his cushion over, so I put it over here because I figured he'd want to see people as they came in and out the door. But where it is now, if he rolls over, he won't fall. PS71, confused about logic. After the Aubrey SPAC, everything's happening simultaneously. So basically the Aubrey SPAC merger, if we can call it that, is Data Logic. So they're actually taking over the heart of Logic, Data Logic. Simultaneously, that leaves Logic sort of hanging there for a nanosecond. But Logic will acquire Brent essentially disclosed that they already have it set up yesterday. So you'll have two things happening on the settlement date. So yes, instead of having one share of Logic, you'll have whatever ratio of shares. You'll have 2 for 1. I don't know if each will be a 1-for-1 distribution. I don't know. The Data Logic is based on a valuation or a number of 114 million. Anyway, I don't know the exact ratio of shares, but you will get, and I can try to figure that out, but rather than painfully try to figure it in my head right now, for 1 share of Logic, you'll end up with $1.50's worth of Data Logic as a separately trading company. That is what goes into Aubrey SPAC, and then it's going to be de-SPAC'd. So I assume they'll keep the name Data Logic, and then they have acquisitions lined up. I think that side of it could show tremendous growth. But out of the gate, I think that'll be worth $1.50 to $2, $1.50, $1.60 on the low end. And that'll be, I think he was saying June. First week or second week of June. So that's the one thing you'll get. The second thing, that's a separately traded company. Logic, meanwhile, remains, and It owns 10% of GoLogic, but let's leave that out. Logic already is going to acquire a private company that's worth more than 40 cents a share, 40 or 50 cents a share, which was the previously announced deal, which expired in December. Obviously, if they let it expire, it's because they have a better deal. I think that's obvious. And listening to Brent's numbers yesterday on the call, that Logic deal could be worth 50 to 75 cents a share out of the gate. The value of the Logic shares, which I got the impression from what he said will ultimately be distributed, not right now, is probably around 10, 15, 20 cents a share. So just leaving that out as a buffer for, to be conservative, and using 50 cents instead of 60 or 75 cents as the out-of-the-gate value of Logic that you'll own. So right now for 40 cents, now in June you'll have one entity out of the gate, to use the lowest number, worth $1.50, maybe more, and a second entity, both publicly trading, a second entity worth 50 cents, maybe more. So for 40 cents today, first or second week of June, that's what he said yesterday. Obviously, there's always been delays. For 40 cents, one publicly traded company today, you'll have one publicly traded company second week of June, I think called Data Logic, which will be worth $1.50 out of the gate. And you'll have one publicly traded stock, maybe it'll be called Logic, maybe something else, worth more probably, but just let's use 50 cents. So for one publicly traded entity, Logic today, in June you'll have two entities, one worth $1.50, one worth 50, both publicly traded, both quite likely to be worth more almost immediately than that initial starting price. And I hear different numbers, but I think by the end of the year, you could be looking at $8 to $10 to $12 combined value for those two. But just in the June time frame, the June-July, let's call it, time frame, for 40 cents today, you'll have one entity worth $1.50 or $1.60 out of the gate, publicly traded, per 40 cents today. And then secondly, you'll have one entity publicly traded worth 50 cents to 75 cents out of the gate. So using the conservative side of those numbers, $1.50 plus 50 is $2. Today you're paying 40 cents. One entity today for 40 cents becomes two separate entities in July, publicly traded, one worth $1.50, one worth 50 to start with. I know it's a little confusing, but the merger with Aubrey SPAC, what Aubrey's after is Data Logic. They don't want the rest. The rest is going to stand alone and simultaneously acquire another company. So Aubrey SPAC is publicly traded and will become, I think, Data Logic. And then Logic is publicly traded and it will remain so. So that's one becomes two. I don't know. I probably confused you more, PS71. Both will be public, P.S. Chuck Donau, yeah, the dividend, I think I said it yesterday a couple times. I didn't expect the dividend to necessarily do anything today. One, it's an unproven attempt. If it works the next time, the next company that does it, the stock will react right away. But right now, the idiot Kurt Kramer, who hides behind his lawyer's skirt, and the fact that Gary Gensler is a milquetoast and will just sign a settlement. I mean, good Lord, the SEC fined Goldman Sachs $3 million when Goldman Sachs inadvertently was breaking the rules for 3 years. And Goldman makes billions from this. Charged them $3 million. So the effete Gary Gensler slaps Kurt Kramer on the wrist in the past. Well, we'll see what happens this time. Yeah, I know. This is a great region, particularly in the spring, Andrew, and to me in the fall. But the winter is mild, and summer is excellent, except for some years it's just August. Some years it's halfway through July and into September can be really tropical. But we have air conditioning everywhere. And you can always leave during the month of August. But D.C. is a tremendous place to live. Well, as you put it, DMV, the District, Maryland, and Virginia. Jorge Hernandez, there's no FOMO yet because there is no article that says the dividend is 100% confirmed. Boy. I guess you guys are skitterish. Jorge, on the FINRA website, which I posted, FINRA approved, 100% approved the dividend. There was an article written by Frank Nez, N-E-Z, confirming it, but he's just a journalist. I suppose if you need more than that, you might be talking about how the corporate action may not have hit all of the broker-dealers' desks until sometime today, and maybe they won't be acting on it until Monday, Tuesday. Maybe that's what you mean. But, Jorge, it's 100%. CPO Sharky, I don't know what Yahoo's outstanding number is. Call it 300 million. Remember, a lot of that is restricted. That's how GTII acquires companies. They incubate them, and then when the companies float, the companies give the shares back. So if there's a relation between what Yahoo says is outstanding, 300 million. Remember, that's different than the float. I think the float is probably 30 million. Call it 50 million. Call it 35. I don't know. If that happens to be similar to the 325 million shares that are counterfeit and naked short by the idiot's criminal Kurt Kramer, it's just a coincidence. Those are separate numbers. Separate numbers. To the extent, if we just limit it to Kurt Kramer, we ignore the gang of mercenary shorts that Alpine may have brought to bear, and just focus solely on the one trap short of Kurt Kramer and assume it's 325 million shares. What, your number's better? If you want to say it's 200 million, 100 million, these are the counterfeit shares. You are correct in assuming that Kurt Kramer owes one restricted share for every 10 shares he counterfeited. Now he's going to say, well, it's a gray area, it's a loophole, the problems with the SEC, I'm just one of two brothers making a living in, I'm not that smart, hey, don't pick on me. But in the meantime, no one FUXs with him. So you are correct. The fact that the two numbers seem to match is a coincidence. Yeah, Senior Bulls McGee, I would like to get my HNRC dividend. That dividend was put in, as you know. FINRA has to approve it. I'm going to guess, it's a pure guess, Senior Butts McGee, because I've seen no news announcement, but I'm going to guess they run into the identical, as my dad would say, they'd say in upstate New York, identical issue that 1-800 Firm's running into, that the other company I just mentioned the other day is running into, audits. Because once you get into 2023, it just, by definition, the regulators want to see an audit for the full year of 2022. So my guess is, because the dividend was not distributed in 2022, that the regulatory bodies want to see an audit, standalone probably, of the company that is being distributed, that is worth, I can't remember the number, 70 cents a share, I can't remember it, 75 cents. So that's my guess why there's a delay, is an audit. But at this point, I'm speculating. Do we know the terms of the restrictions on the dividend? No, we don't. All we know, it's restricted shares. It's going to have a legend on the certificate. A typical 144 or other securities legend on a certificate, it says these stocks are not transferable without, it's about a paragraph. I've got it, I can find it, maybe I'll find it for some other call. I just don't feel like looking it up. But you could probably Google it. It's a standard restriction. They put it on all securities when they are restricted. And it just means you can't trade the shares. The most likely length of time is 6 months. In Canada, I think it's 4 months. But here in the States, it's 6 months, is the smallest amount of time. How that legend gets removed is probably going to be piggyback rights or some sort of registration rights with another offering. I don't know. They haven't put it out yet. When you get restricted shares and you're all by yourself and the company's not working with you, the way the system is set up, you have to go to other very expensive, there's only 1 or 2 companies in the country that'll do it. They charge you $2,500, $5,000 just to do the due diligence to see if you actually have those shares. If you're really the owner. Takes them a month or 2. They put it in their account in your name, but it's an account they set up for you at their brokerage firm, and then they charge you 5 or 10% to get out of it. So it's a very expensive, the system is set up so that it's expensive to get out and expensive to get back into their electronic fraudulent system. But to get the legend removed, in this case, I am almost certain the company will do it on behalf of all of us, and I am also almost certain they will allow us to go through Liberty stock transfer, so there will be no difficulties and a very minor fee. But my guess is the restriction is 6 months. To my knowledge, it cannot be any less than that. Ryan, so shorts have until before distribution to close? No, they had today to close, same day settlement. They don't have any time to close. They are FUXED'd. Kurt Kramer is FUXED'd. He has to provide those shares to you. How's he going to do it? Well, first the broker-dealers are going to stuff your account, and then they're going to go after the failed to delivers, and it's going to lead to him. But he'll be in Tel Aviv or wherever he wants to go, Venezuela or North Korea, and his money will be in his wife's name and it'll be offshore. And then the system will come to you and say, hey, it's too expensive to settle. Yes, Matthew, I think the pressure to cover will come from the broker-dealers who realize they don't want to commit securities fraud. So they have to go out and buy real shares. They have to settle the trades. Remember, that's what Gary Gensler's job is. Thon Lee, if you don't understand that, I guess we just haven't done a very good job understanding the situation, telling you the situation here. In 2021, actually 2020, David Reichman took out a loan from Kurt Kramer for the amount of $62,000. In February of 2021, he paid back $92,000, which was the principal plus penalties, getting rid of the toxic convertible note, and withdrawing any promised issuance of shares from the transfer agent and putting those shares back in the treasury at GTII. Kurt Kramer had already sold short 40 million shares of non-existent GTII. I'm using the low end of what I heard. Kurt Kramer had a decision at that point, let me just buy it back in, but he didn't. Since then, he has sold probably another 300 million shares that do not exist. Possibly it's some other shorts that have joined in. All of those shares, Ton Lee, are counterfeit. And Ton Lee, they're in your accounts right now. Whatever you bought, it's highly unlikely that you have real shares in your account. You just have an electronic entry. What the system does is when there's a dividend or a merger or corporate action, they just carry over the counterfeit shares into the newly publicly traded company. The system obfuscates the real versus the counterfeit shares by giving each of you electronic entry. That's how it happens. That's how it is that you won't know if you have the real dividend or not. The likelihood, if you're a betting man, is you won't have the real dividend. This won't be on Upstream. This one won't be on Upstream. The next one will. That's right, Scott. They're hoping a lot of us are going to get out. I don't think it's going to happen. Farticus, should I buy some more? I assume you're talking about GTII. I cannot give you personal advice, but I think I agree with Ham that this is the best setup that he's seen, but that my agreement is that I don't know of a better setup than GTII, and I see no reason why you wouldn't buy more. BBJ, since it's restricted, can they force a share count on the dividend? Yes, that's what they're going to try to do. My guess is, BBJ, the company is going to ask us to move our dividends that we will have at E-Trade or at Fidelity or at Morgan Stanley, move them to Liberty Stock Transfer. But I'm speculating. That's what they did with the warrant as a special dividend 2 years ago. If they don't do that, they've determined in their own minds that all we need to do is just let the system sort it out without any further action. But yes, Kurt Kramer has to deliver real restricted shares to each of you. In the meantime, the broker-dealer is responsible as agent to do so. To the extent that they study this and they realize they're committing, they're complicit in securities fraud, or maybe they get the blessing of FINRA, I don't know. They're going to have to go out and buy in shares. That's the whole point. The second point is for Kurt Kramer to come up with shares. The broker-dealers in a normal distribution like CLNV can just go out in the marketplace and buy, as it turns out, discounted common shares to put in your account, or just do nothing because there's no pressure. When 5% of you in CLNV wanted real shares, they'll go buy it out then, but otherwise they'll just leave it all as fake, because you're not going to, law of large numbers, you as a group are not going to ask for everything. In this case, the idea is that restricted shares are different. We'll find out. And that the system needs to get those real restricted shares. The system will go out and buy shares to make sure they can deliver. That is the premise. We'll see if it works. And then it's stuffed to Kurt Kramer. But he'll be long gone. And remember, to him, you knew what you were buying. His clients knew what they were signing. It's a gray area. He didn't do anything wrong. Frank Benedetto knows him. Frank Benedetto vouches for Kurt Kramer being at least a good enough guy that he would never speak ill of anyone else on Twitter. So, it's an experiment. We'll see what happens. Uh, 22J Dog, I don't know if you made the right decision selling AMC for GTII, but it's my belief that AMC is a highly manipulated situation by many parties, and you'll never win. In GTII, yes, it's manipulated, but it's by the ass end of Wall Street. It's the dregs of Wall Street. Alpine is the dregs of Wall Street. Kurt Kramer is just a clown on Wall Street. He's not off Broadway. He's not off Broadway. He's in the Hudson River Broadway. So I think you made the right decision. Well, Scott, they may have been circling the wagons, but they may also have just determined this is another ho-hum. They'll call up somebody and pay him to distract us by getting into another stock. They'll they think they can get GTII to hire one of these attorneys who will settle with the Kramers amicably, that kind of thing. That's what's always worked in the past. It's also possible, as somebody pointed out, that the corporate action hasn't been noticed to all of the compliance desks yet. So it might be Monday. But I'm telling you, the problem isn't going to grab hold. Just like the warrants as a special distribution took weeks to build up pressure to the point where Fidelity was asking for 1,000%, paying 1,000%. Wells Fargo reportedly was taking away the buy button, and all brokerage firms were slow walking the exercise of the warrants. There was $1 billion on paper losses, 1B, almost 1B in losses. And if you don't think some money was spread around to distract us and get us to leave the field of battle, I think you're being naive. This time, it's yet another special dividend designed to trap, but it will not, the water will not go from cold to steam in one day. It's probably going to take a week, several weeks, perhaps a month or over a month, 6 weeks. I don't know. But the back offices will first allocate the real restricted shares they have to take care of the squeaky wheels. And slowly, as they realize they don't have enough shares, they're going to have to go close out the failed to delivers, which means buy-ins. And if there's still a criminal organization like Alpine, in my judgment, everything's my judgment on this tape, accepting the sale of counterfeit shares, maybe the criminals will be able to keep the stock price down while those buy-ins happen. If not, the price starts going up. And then margin calls come in, and then buy-ins come in, and then we're off to the races. I don't know what you mean. Is that an investing strategy? I have no idea. Tan Lee, I answered your question. The reason we don't know that we have the dividend, the real dividend, is the entire United States securities system is fraud. How will the rat benefit us oh God. I think I'm starting to answer. I don't think people are critical thinking. If Alpine is under pressure from the NSCC and the DTCC for accepting the sale of shares that do not exist and not enforcing fail to delivers, and someone comes to the FBI and tells what's going on and tells who's giving the orders, how that's going to help us as retail investors is, one, it shuts down Alpine. Two, the FBI goes and arrests Kurt Kramer. If you can't figure it out further than that, I suggest that you should invest. The American Funds Group is probably the best mutual. It's expensive, but over the long term, the American Funds Group is the best mutual funds group in this country. If you cannot figure that out, I would take your money out of this stock and go buy the flagship American Funds Group mutual fund and just add to it every month, and then you won't have to do any critical thinking at all. Yeah, I know. I made a mistake. Daniel Spears, is it accurate I should set my account last in, last out? I think you got to be careful there. If it were my account and if my average price were higher than it is here, I might want my account to read first in, first out, so I can establish losses. That's one consideration. The other thing is, if you've been in your position now 6 months, don't get scared by what I'm going to say. But if you've been in your position for 6 months, it's always possible it could be another 6 months. I wouldn't want my first in, first out, because I would want to set up long-term capital gains. So in that case, it might make more sense to say last in, first out. If it starts to run, it's not going to matter what you do, if it all happens at once. But I think that's the two considerations I would look at. Is if I'm selling any short-term stock, I think I would want to take my losses first, because obviously losses offset gains. If it all happens quickly, what I'm saying is meaningless. The second consideration is what I said. If you've been in since September, I don't know, it feels like that's 8 months. 5 more months could go by very quickly. And it's good to know there's some old country boys still around. No, it'd be good to have long-term stock to sell, because then you're taxed at a 20% gain plus Barack Obama's healthcare surcharge, so it's about 24.5%. If you have short-term gains, it's whatever your tax rate is, and depending on the size of your gains, you could easily get up into 50% state and federal. So anyway, only you can sit down and figure that out. My two considerations would be to establish losses first. And we're late in the game. I actually think we could have our squeeze soon. So this kind of planning might be pointless. But first, I would try to establish short-term losses, because that's something you can use to offset gains. Secondly, I would look at, if this goes on for another few months, I would like to have my shares that I'm going to sell be long term. So I only have to pay 20% capital gains and 4.5% to Barack Obama, basically 25% instead of 50%. Remember, you've got to pay your taxes. Kurt Kramer doesn't have to, because there's no closing transaction. Kurt Kramer doesn't operate with morality. It's what he can get away with. He operates on the idea that I'm going to do it, the system has to prove me wrong. Well, it's really not, that's really not. When you take the Series 7, when you work in the securities industry, that's not the burden. The burden isn't on the system. The burden is on you to stay between the lines. Sure, Danielle, I hope I answered it. Joe's taking the big stage in Ireland right now. Well, I hope he knows where he is. Let's get Lou in here for a run. Well, I think the buying that's going to change your life has nothing to do with Lou or me or a whale. I think it's the 300 and some odd counterfeit shares, whatever the number you saw on Yahoo for outstanding, if those two numbers seem to match, it's just coincidence. Nothing on Twitter about this whistleblower. Well, I guess you don't follow Ham. Do I think GTI will run this year? Yeah, but I can understand why you asked that question. I actually think the signals we got this week are the kind of signals you will receive just before it runs. You know, maybe I was premature on that gut instinct, but I think what happened Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week were huge. Was huge. I still am I'm still of the belief that we've had the signal or the signals that the squeeze could be happening very shortly. Doesn't mean I'm right. It's like trying to predict when a volcano explodes or an earthquake goes off. You got a bunch of data. And you do your best. There was no ham call today. Do you want me to do a commercial break? You can take Salem out of the country, but you can't take the country out of Salem. Yeah, I like this jacket, except I'm noticing it's got, I don't know if it's from a moth or from a fence, but it's got two little holes in this sleeve. Danielle, I'm sorry, you will get the restricted shares, at least as the system's set up right now. You're going, because it's today, you've owned it through today, you will receive what the system gives you. But the system is all fraud. Even the shares in your account probably don't exist. But It's an electronic entry. It shows up in your account. You can buy and sell it. If you sell it, cash will appear in your account. So they figure Bob's your uncle. It's just as good as real. Well, that's what they'll do with the dividend initially. But as the pressure builds, just like it was back in November, as the pressure builds, particularly at Fidelity because they're already aware, and maybe at Wells Fargo because they kind of blinked, as the pressure builds up, to make sure that the dividend is real in your account, that's when the buy-ins will start happening. At least that's the theory. And if it doesn't work, GTII will try something else. Or is it GTI? I don't have any more news on the whistleblower story. I had a girlfriend. Really, I did. Well, the restricted shares, Danielle Spears, ostensibly will have the exact same value as the common shares. In reality, if you were to trade them, you would have to deduct the cost of lifting the legend, which I believe in this case the company will do a piggyback a rights offering. In other words, they'll do another. It's too far in the future. But if they do some other kind of deal, they'll just include you all in the release of that legend, and it won't cost you any money. But if you were to do it right now, or very little, if you were to do it right now, you'd have to take that off and it'd be expensive. If you were to do a transfer of your shares, which isn't really allowed except in a very formal way. I think there'd have to be a legal document which would cost money. The value of your shares to sell them is always going to be discounted to the value of the common as long as the restriction remains. But just for simplicity, if you wait out the 6 months, your restricted shares are the same as common shares, and they have the same price, the same value. I'm hopeful that you're going to be out of this entire position long before you even remember that you own restricted shares. And, maybe they're worth $5 a share because of the Trento mine in 6 months. And you go, oh, I got some more here. But anyway, yes, they're worth what the common stock is. I don't know enough, Scott. I'm not smart enough. I would assume that the Kramers have accountants. I don't know that their LLCs have to be on a calendar tax year. I just don't know how to answer that question. It'll probably take a few weeks before the pressure builds up. I think you'll see an entry in your Fidelity account April 29th. Will that cause the squeeze at that time? I don't know. All right, Matt. Um, I don't know, Matt. I would think that that would be a really screwball strategy to buy the stock, sell it just for the 10% distribution. On the other hand, Matt, I bet there could be a lot of people who held off on selling stock in GTII in order to first qualify for this distribution, which even if it takes 6 months, at least it's, picking up dollar bills off the sidewalk or pennies off the sidewalk or dimes off the sidewalk. So the context of your question, the idea of your question might make sense, that there could be people selling Monday or later in the week because they've already established that they get the dividend. It's possible. But I don't think it would be much of an investment strategy to buy the stock for a 10% stock dividend. If it's a 10% cash dividend, that happens all the time. People buy. Once it goes X, they sell. And if there's the spread, that's the money they made for trading. But I think it's a legitimate question, Matt. Hey, Heidi. Yeah, oh, is it? Thank God it's next week, Heidi. I got some texts while I was talking to you guys, and I suddenly thought they were already down there today. But yeah, I'll go catch up with them, and maybe we can do something live somehow from down there. Yeah, I think that's right, BBJ. But thanks, Scott Scheller. Matt, I think it's a good question, but if I were looking at that concern, I would think there might be residual selling because people that might have sold last week or might have sold 2 weeks ago, waited, and then they'll sell on Monday or on Tuesday. I think that could happen. Heidi ho. Monday through Friday. All right. I didn't read it. I'll read it. That's great. Yeah, watch your pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. I don't know. Now it's probably watch your $100 bills. And I think the best advice, if you're a young man out there, don't get married. On the other hand, if you marry well, you'll make better decisions with the love and the trust of a partner. So you might end up better, but I think divorce is devastating. Remember, single women under 30 in the United States make more money than single men. But if you marry, half of what you make goes to her. So I think one of the key decisions is just don't get married. It's a lonely decision, though. Take it from me, it's a lonely decision. Lonely, lonely decision. I think, Robert Shugano, the discussion in press releases of GTII being dually listed on Upstream, which is a blockchain NFT digital securities platform is probably why brokerage firms assume that GTII will be a digital security. That's my guess. It's not right now, but that would be why I think they are saying that. But I'm just supposing. Your dad got married 3 times. Wives, he said, were good housekeepers. Yeah, well, cheaper to rent. Well, Big Al, if it flies, floats, or, it's better to rent than buy. Well, BBJ, I didn't rush into it. I can say that much. Hey, hi, little Bambino. Hey, cutie pie. There's Lucky. See? There's Lucky. Bye. It's a dog. Bye. My neighbors. Short-term lease. I don't know. I think there are many blessed unions. And in my case, I think I would have been better off being married. Hi. But it didn't happen. Yeah. I think it's important to have a life partner, but I don't know. Everything's so screwed up. Marriage is a scam. Love is a losing game. One I wished I'd never played. How do dividends appear in our account? You will get a bing bing on your phone, and it'll come from Fidelity. You have a message in whatever section of the account. You go click it, and it'll say you have received 1,500 shares of GTII restricted. You open up your account, and it'll be there. Dos Equis, it's too close to the thugs. Well, there's an element still in DC of I'm sure it's everywhere, but there's young people that are a little bit full of energy. But it's pretty safe. But you're right. Around here there's been things that have happened. But I don't know if it's any worse than anywhere else in the world. Did I see FINRA approve FINRA reform expungement proposal? I have no idea what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm not impressed with all these reforms that are going around because they don't address settlement. They don't address settlement. They don't address settlement. To me, it's all distractions. And therefore, I'm not that interested in them. Well, I was wrong. I was wrong. Let's see what Ham has said. Hey, lucky boy. Do you know you're the best boy in the whole world? I'm trying to see if Ham said anything interesting. U.S. Securities and Exchange Committee put out, we've been ranked by public service as one of the best places to work in the federal government. Yeah. All right, let's see where CXAI closed. That's not L, that's AI. So Logic closed at 44 cents. It wasn't giving back all of its gains. All right, CXAI closed at $29. No, it closed at, I'm confused. It says it closed at $13.85, but in the aftermarket, it goes back and forth. Right now it's $28, $26, $14, $26, $14, $26, $14, $26. I don't get that. I guess they're just reconciling a lot of trades from during the day. That's right. Best place to work. Exactly. Parking lot tickets fines. Oh, Derek, I think what's going to happen in Congress is they're going to try to control the message that Congress gets. And they're going to say that you all are 350-pound guys trading out of your basement. These are meme stocks, and you're just spending your COVID money. You're not working. You don't pay rent. And the system is fine. And if Congress interferes with it, banks are going to be in trouble, and they're too big to fail. That's what I think is going to happen. Okay, so it's 2 days, Monday around the Capitol and Wednesday in front of the Gaylord Hotel. Oh, they're having a call. Darn it, I missed their call. I'll follow up. Danielle, I'm a minority. I don't think you'll get your 2 days back. But to me, that's not a complete question. I think with the way you're writing it, You mean as if 2 days as they would have been then. I just don't think they'll put Humpty Dumpty back together again. I think it's going to be hard to recreate the urgency, recreate the frenzy that could have happened, and because the rules weren't enforced, anyway, we'll find out. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they're able to replicate it, and the trading does mirror what would have happened. But I guess my core reason is there's too many lawyers involved, and I don't see where it tidies anything up. They're going to me, at a minimum, they would make you sign an acknowledgement that if you trade your shares, you're not going to enter into a lawsuit. To me, that would be what a lawyer would require. And secondly, they might say to you, if you don't sell your shares, they expire worthless. Well, then you're not going to get any price for your shares. I hope they don't do that. And if only a certain number of people participate, what are they going to do with those that didn't convert? I don't know. I think it's much more likely they'll have sort of a sinking fund, and they'll make an offer, and for the bunch of people that want to just take it and move on with their lives, they will. Everybody will have to sign a release, and then they'll sort out the problem with those who remain. Well, Danielle, I've got to do a video on it. I've been busy. I believe the answer is for you to get NextBridge shares, but it'll be bloody expensive for them. But I think that is the answer, and I think it's actually would make NextBridge one of the most exciting oil and gas companies in the world. But I don't know if there's enough imagination out there to do it. I did a video on it. I just need to do another one. But no, right now, there's no clear indication that you'll get NextBridge shares either. It's what they owe you, though, Danielle. They cannot. This is one of those situations where as long as you hold firm, they cannot tell you. They're going to argue that, as many do, that to fix this will threaten the entire financial system. I say, so what? To that I say, so what? In the specific case of Torchlight and MMTLP, the defrauding of the financial system and of you as investors and of the company and of all the people that worked with the company, raising money, employed, bringing deals to them, a whole ecosystem was destroyed by the greed of these criminals. And they sold Torchlight down from $10 higher, down and 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 down. And then Torchlight merged with MMAT, and then this MMTLP sprung to life. They shorted that and shorted that and shorted that. They took money out of the system relentlessly and without remorse, right up until the end. I don't know what those numbers are, but it's rumored that it's let's call it 5 billion shares for my feeble brain in terms of arithmetic. It's like 4.75 or something like that. But at 5 billion shares, I don't know, say they got an average of 25 cents. Unless I made a mistake, that's $1.25 billion they stripped out of the system. They're down in the Cayman Islands. Their kids are getting great schools. They have second homes. Their wives have jewelry. And then people are going to come to you and say, well, the system can't withstand paying you out what you're deserved. Say no to that. I use 25 cents. If it were $1, they took billions of dollars out of the system. Why do they get to benefit when they falsify the supply and demand equation? And then you, when the demand and supply equation reverses, why can't you benefit from it? So I heartily disagree with the argument that you have to agree to settle for a small amount of money. You did nothing wrong. Nothing. They got caught out with their criminality. The reason the stock price was $10 or $5 or $3 that you were able to buy it is because the criminals were flooding the market with counterfeit shares. You did your due diligence. You sat down and you said, there's 3.5 billion barrels of oil, could be 4 billion. Let me see. 3.5 billion barrels of oil times, I don't know, I'm not an oil person, but I'm going to say $20. This is my due diligence, you said to yourself. So times $20. It might take a while to get that value. And I realize it's extremely simplistic. They have to get into production. There's a lot of money that needs to be spent. There's all sorts of things. But oil's trading over $70. I'll use $20. So that's $70 billion worth of value in NextBridge. And then I know there's 164 million shares outstanding. Let's call it 165 just to include the rough numbers. So we divide that by 165 million. That's $424 a share. So you did your due diligence and you said, that's what I think it's worth. I think it's worth $424 a share. Somebody comes on and says, well, you're crazy. That hasn't been proven yet. And you say, where are you from? Canada? And they say, well, that's none of your business. Why I say proven instead of proven. But anyway, you figure each share is worth $425 a share. It's trading for $3. Is it your fault that the criminals shorted the stock criminally, violating laws, and the regulators looked the other way and drove it down to $3, nearly killed Torchlight, destroyed management teams, destroyed investors' money, my investors that went into Torchlight? Is it your fault they did that? No. You said, wait a minute, there's a real difference here. If I accept at face value that there's 3.5 billion barrels of oil, oh, and by the way, I'm leaving out 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. I'm assuming that's zero. And I'm leaving out the water that has value. I'm just using $20 for the oil that's supposedly proven it's not producing. I mean, look, there's a lot of glitches here in oil and gas. But using $20. For me personally, I used $5. But you could use a higher number. But you say it's it's $425 a share. So you bought it. You bought it. Why should the system be able to come back to you and say, hey, it's unfair? They paid $12 a share, $8 a share, and it's all fraud and the system's fraud, and therefore they should just get their money back? Or if we pay them $20, they should be happy and go away. We'll give them a cookie. They'll go away. No. The criminals, with Gary Gensler's blessing, strip money out of the market by destroying shareholder value. They strip the entire market cap of companies. It's theft. It's just like if you walked down to your bank with a machine gun and took everything in the vault. That is not my vault, said Scrooge McDuck. So anyway, I really think they owe you, the system owes you. You did nothing wrong. Your due diligence made some assumptions, but you figured, my gosh, I can buy this stock really inexpensively compared to what the value is in the ground. If there's a short squeeze run beforehand, I'll gladly get out at a nice price. But if not, I'm happy to get a tax-free uplift to the value of Nextbridge. I'm not the one that created the mispricing of the shares. That was the criminals who took, I think, billions of dollars out of the market for their own benefit, not for society's benefit. And then people are going to tell you the system can't afford to pay you? BS. 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 So what they owe you, Danielle, is they owe you the one share on the basis of 1 for 164,427,000 or whatever the exact number is, interest per share in Nextbridge. That's what they owe you. In addition, they probably owe you time and suffering now because you didn't have access to the squeeze, you didn't have access to your money, and that you didn't have access to other things you could have done. They probably owe you that too. They probably owe you the legal fees that are going to be spent. But the core deal is you put up money, in my case $7.64 and $7.82. Anyway, let's just say $7.75 a share. That's what I did. That's how stupid I was. But for me, I figured, hey, I don't mind owning that oil company. And if I get to participate in a squeeze in the first case, I don't mind that either. Well, they took the squeeze away, and now they're going to try to convince you that for some reason saving this corrupt system that only benefits Goldman Sachs, Ken Griffin, not you, that somehow saving this system takes priority over your financial health, over fairness. I don't see it. Well, M. Casey, pump and dump is, let me describe a pump and dump. Jeff Easton meets Jeremy Frommer. Jeff Easton pumps him full of glorious things that Jeff Easton is going to do for CRTD. As soon as Jeremy gives any indication he's interested, Jeff Easton starts dumping the stock and never stops. That's a pump and dump. What COSM did, they got all the excitement around the stock. They ran it up. They had an IR guy. They had other people from outside. They had all sorts of full court press. That pumped the stock up. And as soon as it was up, the shorts all sold it, and they sold it across through. I think it was this Alliance Group. I'd have to check. That, in my opinion, that's pump and dump. I do not think pump and dump by these shills when a management team is doing everything they know how to do. They've got a valuable asset in their mind, but it might fail. But that's up to the investors to take that chance. But when you have the whole system on your side as a criminal, and you can sell volumes and volumes of shares, you can make every stock look like a pump and dump. It went up and then it went down. Obviously, it's a pump and dump. Well, that's not a pump and Torchlight never was a pump and dump. GTII was never a pump and dump. But it's a term that regulators know what it means and they get scared of. It's a lot like Hillary Clinton, who was a Republican. And when Bernie Sanders was out on the front lines getting arrested in civil rights, Hillary Clinton was smugly working for Barry Goldwater. But today, she brings up the specter of racism as it existed in the 50s and 60s, which was evil. And any kind of racism is evil. Any kind. Any kind. But she wants you to be afraid of what happened then. Well, I submit to you, I live in what is very fondly called, and I join in, the Chocolate City. That kind of racism, I won't say it's been eradicated, but the problems are different now. I'll say that. It's a different, there's always problems with human beings amongst each other. Well, it's the same thing in this area, this arena. The regulators are fighting the 60s and 70s battles. They're fighting against CEOs and what you call pump and dump. And it's not you, it's these Twitter people. Well, that's the 70s battle. Today's battle, it's the dump and 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 dumpsters. All they do is dump. So I don't think Torchlight, I invested in Torchlight. I tried to raise money for Torchlight. And at the time, it was a concept with that geologist, I want to say his name's Murchison, who had discovered the Delaware Basin. I met him, to my memory, I met him. I met a bunch of the insiders. I met people on the board. I went down to Texas. I drove through or near enough where everything was located. I visited with the company in New York, in Denver, and in Texas, and I got to know it. It wasn't a pump and dump. You know, when these shills, you point one finger at me, 3 fingers are pointing back at you, my friend tells me. You point one finger at me, 3 fingers point back at you. They're just telling you what they're doing. There's no pump. The only pumping they do is when they BS the CEO into signing. And then it's dump all the way. It's turtles all the way down. Rich Masterson. What a great name. When will we see the dividends in our accounts? Guys, it's not that hard to look what was posted on Twitter or anyway. The record date was 4/15. That's tomorrow, Saturday. So apparently in securities rules, you go backwards. Unlike tomorrow's tax day, for example, you don't go backwards with that. You go forward to Monday. But in securities, it becomes 4/14. Okay? Sorry, April 4/14. April 14th is the record date. What was announced, there is no X date. It's just effective. Done. Boom. The distribution date is April 29th. I haven't looked. I'll look right now. That also, for some cockamamie reason, is a Saturday. So it'll be on the 28th is the distribution date. So you should get it in your account on the 28th. It might be Monday the 1st of May. Workers of the world unite. But it doesn't matter. The issue isn't so much that you're going to get this dividend. The issue is that this dividend is going to force the shorts to have to cover shares. What is trying to be done here is to get the broker-dealers to have to ask for the real shares of GTII all at once. That's the goal. But anyway, it should show. I'm going to say it'll show into your account by May 1. Yeah, he's the geologist on the Oro Grande film. Yeah, I know Sam S., you know. It's just so... oh, you don't use Twitter. All right, well... This is from FINRA. Stock dividend. Holders will receive 1 restricted common share for every 10 common shares held as of record. This ruling was at 4:30 yesterday. Global Tech Industries is the issue name. OTC Equity. Date 4/13. Event stock dividend regular offering type. No restrictions. Stock dividend type. Declaration date 4/15/2023. Record date 4/15/2023. Payment date 4/29/2023. Holders will receive one restricted common share for every 10 common shares held as of record. Will not be quoted ex-dividend. You've seen all this before. Why were you asking? Anyway, why did the company not come out with a press release? This was announced at 4:31, I think I just said. God, this is so anal. 16/31/04 yesterday. So my assumption is it didn't get across brokerage desks or even get to the company until today, Friday. Yesterday was the 13th. Today is the 14th. Why isn't there a press release? Well, press releases from companies require effort. They have to be accurate. They have to be, all information has to be materially correct. And in that, they normally go through a lawyer's office first. And then the board has to read it and approve it. So a CEO can't just dash off a note like you or I might put on Twitter and say, hey, it was approved. Join the band. No. The CEO must receive the notice from FINRA, which wasn't last night. The notice went out on their website last night, but I would assume the notification would at least be by email. If not, it might have to be by mail. I don't know. But if it's by email, I would assume it would have been received today. So Sam, I just can't believe this question. So Sam, it comes into GTII's office. It's a Friday. Great news. It goes to the CEO. It goes to the 3 or 4 board members. It goes to the attorney. It goes to the woman that has the same name as Ken Griffin. They all get it. Great news, great news. Well, what should we do? Well, I guess we need to put out a press release. Well, who's going to write it? Why don't you write it, Samantha? I made the name up. All right, I'll take a stab at it. And then put it out to everyone. And let's have a call tomorrow at 10 a.m., Saturday at 10 a.m., and we'll review what you've written up, and then we'll get the board approval on the press release. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Tomorrow they'll meet. Okay, that's all good. Now run it by the attorney. Because everything a company does has to dot the T's and cross the I's. Kurt Kramer can sell stock and lie about settlement with limp wrist Gary Gensler. But if you're a CEO or a board member, you got to go by the books. All right, we'll run it by the lawyer. Is she available? No, she doesn't get in until Monday morning. In fact, she's got to take her daughter to school, so she'll be there in the afternoon. All right, we'll send it in to her, and hopefully she can get back to us by the end of the day, Monday. If she says okay, is it all right if we release this as a press release? Vote? All right. So that's our plan of action. We've approved, we've read it, we've written our press release, we voted to approve it, pending the lawyer to review it, and it'll go out Monday night. That's the kind of thing that happens, Sam. I don't know. I made that whole scenario up. Maybe they can do it much more quickly, or it takes longer. But it's not a matter of some Joe like myself finding it on FINRA and putting it out on Twitter. That's not the deal, Sam. And I know you run businesses, you work, you're a professional. You know that. You know things take time to do it properly. There's nothing nefarious here why the company didn't put out a press release. They will. But they have to do it correctly. And they have to make sure that it passes legal muster. And they have to make sure they cross every I and dot every T. Otherwise, they go to jail. Kurt Kramer doesn't go to jail. And all those PUSSIEs on the Twitter that say it's a pump and dump, they don't go to jail. It's easy to be negative in this world. It's easy to be a destroyer. It's easy to be a taker. It's hard to be a builder. It's hard to be a giver, a doer. It takes time. This came out at the end of the day last night. I wouldn't have expected to see a press release today. Maybe we'll GTI sometimes does their press releases over the weekend, unique to many companies. Maybe we'll see it over the weekend. Maybe somebody's under the weather at GTII, not feeling well. And they figure, well, let's just take a couple of days so I can recover and I can review this when I feel better. I don't know. But there's nothing nefarious by them not putting out a press release yet. Will DBMM fly with GTII? Decreto. I'd say it's 50. I'd say it's 60-40. 40% that it might go with GTII. But I think it's 60%. They've gotten the stock down so low, and the company needs money. There's a tipping point. And if they tip over into being seller boxed, I don't think it can recover. But I think the fact that DBMM has a very good, I don't know what her title is, but the CEO, I think she's very good. The fact that they're fighting is very good. And the fact that Alpine is, and the Kramers are the same crooks that destroyed DBMM. But remember, the Kramers are out there discovering, on behalf of Gary Gensler and the general public, all the companies out there that are pump and dumps. And so selflessly, Kurt Kramer goes in, takes money from them, and then starts counterfeiting their shares to eradicate these companies off the face of the earth. And as he takes his profits, he doesn't pay taxes because he is the avenging angel operating on behalf of America. In fact, he is Captain America. I think it's a push whether or not DBMM will run with GTII. If the rats out, if Kurt Kramer is arrested, it'd be pretty good odds that they'd start buying in. But at some point it just becomes impossible. That's not a very good answer. But if you had asked me a month ago, I would have said, yes, DBMM's going to go up. But now I didn't even look, and I don't want to look right now. But the price was so low, it really runs the risk of being mired in the mud. But in theory, it should rally. And then Alpine, if they are forced to clean up all of their books at the same time, there might be a lot of stocks that start to run. Frank Anastasio, how can you ever think we're not going to win this? I do think we're going to win it. I do think we're going to win it, Frank. But maybe that's not your question. I do. That's why I'm doing this. You know, I do think we're going to win. Hey, Julian Velez. TLDR. I don't know what TLDR means, but that's it, Jenny L. Jenny Rebecca. This is good news that this happened. And this rat that's it's such an unfair name, this whistleblower that's going to talk apparently regarding Alpine. I hope he doesn't commit Arkanside. But I think it's great. Sam says this is a big deal and a press release shows they are serious. All right, Sam. I'm going to assume no one was in the office last night at 4:30. I'm also going to assume that FINRA didn't give formal notification to the company until today, possibly Monday. If it's an overnight mail, it might be Monday. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. Is proper notification by email, or do you have to send a document? I don't know. Soonest would be today. Maybe more reasonably would be Monday notification. Sam. So if they're serious, they're going to wait for formal notification. I don't know how to tell you this, Sam, but if you run a public company, you cannot issue false press releases. You cannot say something even if you want to get it out early. You have to make sure what you put out in your press release is true, it's verified, and it's written in such a way that it's distributed to all shareholders accurately at the same time. That's serious, Sam. I'm sure they're doing their best. CRTD has 17 people on staff, which means CRTD needs $400,000 every couple of months or something like that. GTII, as far as I know, has 2 employees and a board. I could be wrong. They've been waiting, Sam, for approval for a while. Do you want them to just be obsessed every night? Every night, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? When it comes, all right, we got to get that out. Because we're serious. Look, they've been working on 1-800 law firm. They've been working on the Rio Tinto mine, the Trento mine. They've been working with West Christian. They've been putting out to you, Sam, at least 2 press releases a month. They hired West Christian. I don't know how you can say that they're not taking things seriously. And yes, this is a big deal. But unfortunately, it's just one of many things. So, Sam, I respectfully suggest to you that the approval last night at 4:31 doesn't mean the company was notified. They may not have been notified today properly. It may be Monday or Tuesday. But if they were notified today, it makes sense to me, Sam, because this is so important and because they take it seriously, that they hold a board meeting. Frank, are you available? Well, I can't make it till 10 tonight or 9:30 in the morning. Susan, are you available? I can't do it tonight, but I can do it tomorrow afternoon. Frank, can you do it in the afternoon? Yeah, I think I can do it. Bob, how about you? Well, I can only do it Sunday morning. Frank, can you do it Sunday morning? Yeah, I can do it. Susan? Okay, let's do it Sunday morning at 10. We'll do it over Zoom. And we take this so seriously. We're going to put out a press release, but we have to have the board approve it first. It's not that hard to understand, Sam. What did Nietzsche say? The flies in the marketplace poison the well. That's a good point, Jenny. We should be focusing not necessarily on the steps the company's taking, but what the criminals are doing. Instead, we should be appreciating GTII is doing it legally. Yeah, I agree with that. That's good advice, True Blue. Bottom line is it was approved, and it's fantastic. Chris, were you sleeping? I'm sorry, Chris. I think it's my presentations are much better slept through. Much better slept through. You know what, Sam? As they say down in the South, bless your heart. I'm sorry. I woke you up. That's so annoying when you're having a nice nap and something wakes you up. Oh well. There's a whole lot of crows and pigeons and bumblebees and life going on. They don't care about GTII. I'm sorry I woke you up. Any news would have triggered a short attack? Maybe. Look, we're all. Yeah, Tom, I agree. They're going to be in a world of hurt. The other thing about this press release, to me, it's possible I'm completely wrong. So I predicate what I'm about to say. But it's possible the company is going to write a press release that tells you that you have to fill out this form and then call and deliver it to Liberty Stock Transfer and call your broker and ask them to transfer the shares. The dividend, the restricted dividend. That's what we had to do for the warrants. And I wish I had exercised mine now that they've expired. But anyway, that might be why it's taking a little time to write this press release. I don't know. Well, I'm the chairman of the board. That's for sure. Yeah, locomotion. I want a pizza. Pizza sounds good. Pizza sounds good. Yeah, I'm the chairman of the board. There's the happy dog. Are you awake now? Did I wake you up too? I woke him up too. Chris, I would love to fall asleep. Well, not now, but I enjoy... You know, it's so bad that lots of times I go to sleep watching a podcast that it makes me afraid to get... You know how you can have that in your car where you can watch something? I'm afraid to turn it on because my brain is so set up to listen for a while and then fall asleep. I took over for Sinatra. We have a radio station here, WPFW, which I think you can tune into wherever you are around the country. But on Sunday, at least between 3 and 4, but it might be between 2 and 4, this great DJ plays America's Songbook. And he plays a lot of Sinatra. But it's also... Sunday's a great day to listen to the channel. They play a lot of blues and jazz. WPFW. But anyway... They have Sinatra in the afternoon, and I always love listening to it. You're in Italy? Wow. Oh, at North Italia. So you might not be in Italy. Yeah, it might bring out some real change, which would be fantastic. And there's so many people working so hard. I'm just amazed by it. There must be pigeons next door. But, you know, my goal for all of you is to make some money. You can come to D.C. and New York. Look, here's my view on doubt in GTII. If you're stressing out, I've said it before, maybe you need to reduce the size of your position, and there might be a chance in the next few days that it rallies up. But I also want to say that even every one of you listening to me, if you all sold next week, the stock might go down a little bit, but it's not going to change the fundamental disaster, which is the hubris and arrogance of Kurt Kramer paired with the somnolence of the SEC paired with the greed of Alpine and the market makers. They have created a situation where unless the system wants to just carry it to 2050, every share has to be bought back. And if you all got out of 1 million shares, 5 million shares on Monday, 10 million shares on Monday, the stock definitely would go down, but it would be met with buying. But it's still only a fraction. You know, I explained to you a little over a week ago that I've been told that you can't believe any of the numbers from FINRA, and that just by adding them up, that's not good. Well, I don't know. We have such detailed information in GTII, which is one of the reasons it is a trade that I have a high degree of confidence in. But whatever. If you don't believe it's 325 million shares criminally, counterfeitedly sold, pick another number. Your number's better? 125? Just start with the 40 to 60 million that Kurt Kramer sold over 2 years ago when he first signed up Reiki. Take the 30 or 40 million, it might have been, I think that's my memory, 30 or 40 million that was in one brokerage firm that was in excess, because they had us all fill out this paperwork. I heard one brokerage firm was over, however you want to phrase it, they had somewhere between 30 and 40 million shares in people's accounts, more than what DTC was reflecting. It's hearsay. I have no proof. I was just told it. And now I'm relying on my memory that it was 30 to 40 million. But anyway, use one of those numbers. Use the 40 million, 50 million that Kurt Kramer puked out once he signed up Reiki. I don't know, pick a number. If you don't think there's a counterfeit position here, there's really no reason to be in the stock. But if you believe there's one, I think it's big. And I think it's much bigger than all of the shares that you have to sell collectively. So I'm not a diamond hands, and I'm not here saying don't sell. If you're feeling stress, and you know, maybe it makes sense to take at least enough money off the table so you can pay your bills for 90 days. And then you can just wait 90 days and see what happens. I don't know. Everybody's situation is different. That's right, Moody Waters. I agree with that. What are my realistic expectations? All of MMTLP's shares have to be bought back. All of them. All of GTII's have to be bought back. The only exception would be if Gary Gensler decided to destroy the U.S. markets in their entirety and say that we don't have a security system here, but we do have one. So yes, they all have to be bought back. Well, oh, realistic expectations. By the way, being knowledgeable doesn't mean I'm going to be right. But the risk reward is there. The, you know, I don't want to run through them again, but the 7, 8, 9, 10 things are all lined up. And the only thing we're fighting is our doubts. And we're also fighting that the system itself is corrupt. We're trying to decide. Some people think, oh, they couldn't, they're good. Other people are saying, you know, they're on the side of Kurt Kramer. Who the hell is on the side of Kurt Kramer? Who the hell? We're the Kramers. No one FUX with our squad. Well, they FUX with you all day long. But it all has to be bought back. That's the rules. Unless we don't have rules anymore. Thank you for your thoughts, Sam. Hey, Doug. Yeah, I got to go walk him. I expect that when GTI goes up, there'll be quite a few people that sell in the 4, 5, 6 range. Well, Ham's doing it all. Ham's doing it all. Hey guys, I got to tell you, Ham fought this battle alone a long time, and he still fights it, and he doesn't get upset. He keeps going, and he's educated a lot of people. A lot of people take credit for what he did, but I'm not one of those. I think without Ham we wouldn't have a sandwich. No, without Ham we wouldn't be here. I know, I saw that, Moody Waters. It's funny. I saw that too. I think one of their friends is named Rico. And the reason I say that is I remember seeing a picture of the boiler room, which I can't find now. I thought I had it. But to my memory, it was taken by a guy named Rico. So I think they have a friend named Rico. Well, I appreciate that, Jenny, but I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I'm trying to see through the task I picked up through the end. I think most of you are far better educated on this than I am, and there are people on MMTLP knowledge. It's amazing as a group, but I guess it comes down to, I don't believe the system is going to solve this for you. I think there's lawyers out there that will come in and represent, say, a GTII or another company, and then they'll settle with the Kramers amicably, and life goes on. I see this as a different situation, and the way to make sure that the Kramers feel pain and Alpine is they lose money, and hopefully they lose their freedom to walk around in the United States of America. And you make money. And to me, the only way to do that are the things that you're doing. You're educating yourself, you're accumulating the stock, and you're refusing to be shaken out when they drive the stock down. They create fear, they create doubt, and they, whether their downward pressure is sudden or it takes many weeks, you refuse to get out. That's anathema to them. Anathema. So I think you're doing it. And I think, it feels like it goes on and on and on, which, tell me, it's approaching 2.5 years for me on GTII. And if you add in finger before it, it's a lot longer. But, and if you want to add in Torchlight from 2011 and 12 and 13, the whole thing feels like a nightmare. But it will break. It will end. And then it'll be a story. Kurt Kramer is not invincible. He's not very smart. And he's a terrible risk manager. He's just set up, he's a system that went to extremes in at least 10 years, and you could argue almost 20 years of free money on Wall Street. Free money on Wall Street. The attitude that greed is good, and that these guys that can buy 20 condos and afford divorces so they can date their secretary chick, somehow these are the glorious exemplars of American brain power and brawn. I don't know where we went wrong. I don't know. There's probably some of you in the UK. A friend of mine told me the story. We were at a pub. Sure. We were at a pub, and he's a great guy, and he told me this story. He said, there's the fifth Beatle, Pete Best. Well, there's Pete Best, that was the drummer, but there was Pete Best, the football player. And he was handsome. I think he had dark hair and blue eyes, and he was a great footballer. And one time, I think he stayed at this hotel right in High Street, Kensington, where there's a casino, the Grosvenor Hotel, I think. Maybe that's the bar we were in, because that's where I lived. I didn't live in the hotel, but I lived right there. And he was telling me how Pete Best, after winning the World Championship or whatever, whatever, it goes on and on, that football season. Maybe it was the English Football Cup or something. But anyway, they won the big championship. And so he goes out on the town, and he retires to his hotel suite at the Grosvenor, and I guess he went down gambling. And he calls down to the room service and orders lobster and champagne and caviar and a whole tray full of. And so this older, I don't know what you call him, waiter, but what do you call someone that bell boy, delivers the food. And he comes to the suite, opens the door, and he's got the tray, he's pushing it in, and there naked in the bed is Miss World. She had just won, she had just been elected the most beautiful woman in the world. She's naked in the bed. Pete Best is naked. There's booze and TV on, and I don't know if there were any drugs, and he's the bellhop is starting to lay out all the food and the champagne, and he says, the Brit says to Pete Best, who is also British, but I don't know what to call him, the waiter he says, Mr. Best, where did it all start to go wrong? Where did it all start to go wrong, Mr. Best? I laughed at the time because I was younger. You've got Miss America, you've got all the money in the world, you're in a suite, you just won a championship. But this bellhop realized what a lonely, meaningless experience this was. When did it all start to go wrong, Mr. Best? Anyway, that's I forget the point I was trying to make, but it's kind of how I see the meaninglessness of what the Kramers are chasing after, and they'll come to that lonely point, everybody does in their life, where they have to reflect. And if they don't reflect, they'll just block it out with either mental illness or drugs. Maybe a busboy. All I can say to Sam, bless your heart. But he's got a point. We just want the stock price to go up. Everything else is meaningless. I don't do drugs, but I think what the criminals have tried to do in previous stocks is to scare you guys into selling. And then in previous stocks, they promise the world to the companies and then basically rape the companies. But the companies still have financing needs, so the CEOs does further toxic deals. And the whole goal is to drive the price downward, issue more shares on the way down, and eventually, as we've discussed before, a term I heard on a space call described what I had been describing, but I had never heard the term before. They cellar box the company. Cellar like the basement, box like boxed in. And what's different this time is that you guys have banded together. I saw on my tweet about the FINRA announcement. Let me look. I can show you, so you believe me. I just got to find it. There. Look at that. There's my tweet that I put out. But if you look at the bottom, 75,000 people read that. 75,000 people read that. I'm sure it's because Ham put it out or other people put it out. But 75,000 people read that. That means Kurt Kramer who normally could panic everybody out, if you and I were each negotiating these rapids ourselves, alone, at home, dealing with the ghosts in our brain and the negativity, like, oh, the only thing matters is if the stock goes up, the rest of this is nonsense. Why didn't the company put out a press release? There's news, it's important, there must be something wrong. You know, that kind of crap goes in your head, and then eventually you just come in the morning and you sell. Well, that's not happening this time. In fact, people are buying. And there's one person that's attributable to, in my judgment, that's him. But when you layer in the other people, the GTII Army, names you don't know, but Dirty Mayo and Dozer and Dr. Aziz and you know, there's a woman on Twitter, Kay Shaughnessy, that does amazing. There's Jenny, Rebecca, there's each of you, so many of you. I don't want to leave anybody out. There's the whole MMTLP group. Both sides have fought together, shoulder to shoulder. There's West Christian. There's some glory hounds, yes, but in general, there's been a commonality of purpose and patience as people learn about it. But to have 75,000 people check an obscure announcement, it's just, I mean, it's one of millions of these little releases. 75,000 people. This is the death of a short. Distribution. I'm going to assume everybody that read that owned the stock. Why would you read it otherwise? I'm going to assume everybody in it is talking to other people. I'm going to assume everybody in it is getting an education they'll never forget about the corruption in the market and what Kurt Kramer does, what Alpine does, what Gary Gensler doesn't do. I think there's 75,000 people that are learning. There's certain people they can't necessarily trust. I'm not going to call those people out because I might be wrong. There might be other people they can trust. But there's 75,000 people who have accumulated the stock, 75,000, some subset of which are buying the stock, and 75,000, the majority of which have not been scared out of the stock by all the same tired tactics which Kurt Kramer and Alpine use. Hiring shills. Hiring people out of New York to spread fear. Distracting. Hiring lawyers. All manner of things. I don't want to, because a lot of it you can't prove. But you do know when $1 billion at risk, they'll do anything. 75,000 people. That's what they're afraid of. And that's just GTII. I imagine in MMTLP, with the work of Busy Brands, the work of Drew Diligence, the work of Space Savvy, Junk Savvy, the work of so many people. 100 and Pecos Bill and oh, there's so many names. I'll try to remember some as we go along. Imagine, this is 75,000. Over there, it's probably 200,000 or 300,000, and the work they're doing. And all the key investors, the whale investors, I won't say their names because I'm not sure I'm supposed to, but you've heard some of them. And then, you've got Avid and Ace and I like our own Counselor Diamond Hands, and there's some others. This is what the criminals are afraid of. And further, you're taking away their quote-unquote business plan. Somebody said that on a space call the other day. Their business plan. Effing business plan. It's just criminality. It's not a business plan. It's crime. So, I think it's attributable to you guys. I'm astonished that 75,000 people would take the time to read this. Not because I sent it out. But because it states that we're fighting. And the criminals want you to sell when it sells off. They want you to have stop-loss orders in they can punch through. They want you to lose faith. They want you, when the stock goes back up, that you relief sell it. They don't want you buying anymore. And they want you to focus on this inane discussion. Oh, it's a pump and dump. It's all the same tired. It's so tiring. And it's so useless. You're not on this planet to do that crap. But here we are. And we're doing it. And the reason I still do it is because I want to see it through. And I just would love you guys. If it's 75,000 people, when they lay me into a grave on a hill in Ireland, no one will remember me. But maybe there'll be 75,000 people out there that made some money here, and it moved towards their financial independence. It moved towards security for their children and their grandchildren. Maybe they could help out their neighbor. Maybe there'll be goodness in the world, rather than this rapacious greed that's exemplified by this perfectly horrible human being, Kurt Kramer and Seth Kramer and Charlie Mayo. Let me correct myself. By God's three children, Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, Charlie Mayo, who are behaving horribly for the last 2 decades of their lives. The evil that men do oft lives after them. The good is interred in their bones, interred in their bones. But it goes right up. This machine-like evil goes all the way up, and the whole system is bought out. And there's nobody blinder than he who just won't see. And ain't it a shame that you won't give your love to me? I don't know, Deborah Stone. I appreciate that. I do think there's an aspect here of each of our souls helping each other. And as I've expressed to one of you, I think there's, and I know it's cornball, and I apologize to some, but I think there's God's hand in what's going on. And I'm not one of those, like you hear the preachers say that, God spoke to me or whatever. I did hear, and I should acknowledge that, about 2 years ago, maybe a little longer, when I was going through quite a bit of distress. I did hear, and now I don't remember the exact words, but I did hear Jesus say to me, I will be with you. He might have said, I am always with you. Anyway, it was one of those two. I did hear that once. And that was very powerful. But I'm not someone that God speaks to. Or at least I don't think so. But I think in this sharing, because that's what we're all trying to do, is help. I think there is something guided by God. And Jenny, when my Uncle Tom died, my Uncle Tom was great. My Uncle Ted was great. My Uncle John was great. My dad's brothers, they were younger. They were from upstate New York. And Tom served in Vietnam, and John served in Vietnam. John was on the ground, and Tom was in the Navy, but he was a pilot. And he got into RPI. I believe he scored a perfect score on his exam and on the SATs, or if that's not what it was called. But he's a great guy. He was, as Dad, Tumbolt Tom, red hair. Dad always said, he's our first millionaire. But Tom died at age 63. He was a captain in the Navy, but he also had his own business. He lived in L.A., and he's just a great guy. I loved him. I loved all. I was very fortunate in the family I was born in. But my Aunt Betsy called it, his sister said stupid cancer. I never forgot that. So he was fair skinned, and he would hang out in the sun, and he got melanoma. Maybe it was from that, maybe it was from Vietnam, who knows. But anyway, he died, and it was sudden because he was young. And I, last minute, because I found out about it with not much time, there was a funeral out in I'm trying to remember the town. It's L.A., but it's Orange. I can't remember the exact little strip. Very nice. So I flew out on Southwest. It was like 3 landings, and I was tired. And I got to this hotel that was like it's a hotel, but it's an old motel. And then Orange Beach, something like that. Anyway, I took a cab, or I went with my father and stepmother, maybe. But I had a rent-a-car. We drove over to his house, which is a house with a pool, bunch of people there. And I was tired. It was for dinner, cousins all there. But Jenny, as I went in. I was ringing the doorbell. There was no one with me then. I think my dad had already gone in. The door's closed. I'm ringing the doorbell, but buzzing around me right at the door with the some greenery right there and light bulb was a hummingbird, and it would just stay there. It didn't. I'd look at it, wouldn't fly away. It's right there. And so then they came to the door, went in, and had a lovely evening. Went late and went back to the hotel. And as I left, I saw the hummingbird. But the next day was the next day was the funeral. And so we all got in this big bus thing, and we drove out south, I think, to the naval graveyard. I forget what it was called, because I didn't know it, but he was being buried with full honors as a captain. So we drove like an hour, and we got to the gravesite. There were men dressed in Navy uniforms, and it was a real production. And then there was a priest, and the priest was one of these guys that wear sandals. I think that's the Dominicans. And he gave, I wish I had written it down, but he gave a really thoughtful, moving talk. But the point is, Jenny, the entire time the priest was talking, there was a hummingbird right by him. I'm sitting watching. There's a hummingbird right there. A hummingbird. And I noticed this. And so then we went to Mass. Or I guess we had just gone to Mass, and that was I forget the order of things. But we all went to dinner back in Orange Beach, or whatever the hell his beach was. Long Beach. I guess it was Long Beach, California. And we went to this nice pizza place right on the strip right there. And we all sat and ate. And Dad started telling me the story about how Tom, when he was younger, when they would drive around D.C. or in Albany or L.A., Tom would always call, that's my uncle, Tom would always, when he saw a parking space, he would say, bird, 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 bird. That's what he would say. So, I don't know, in my convoluted brain where I saw patterns, I thought that night, and then at the funeral, I thought it was Tom saying goodbye to me, or saying to all of us. But since I saw it, I thought it was Tom's presence. Anyway, Jenny, I wanted to tell you that story. There's not much more point to it than that, but it was a hummingbird. And another hummingbird. And then, anyway, cornball story. Long Beach, yeah. Yeah, I think that's right, Jenny. He was. Huntington Beach, maybe. Maybe it was Huntington Beach. No, I think it was whichever one has an old town down the center of it, and it's expensive. Moody Waters, it's not always a voice. Well, I don't know. I'm not. Well, There's the whole idea of the random walk down Wall Street, Dustin, that you can throw a... All right, Pico Spill, I have to go talk oil and can't stay. I want you to know that you inspire me. Please know that in a storm, your strength and calm confidence help us all get through the tough times. Thank you, Picos. I know you're gone now, but thank you. It's a little bit... that part is bigger than I am, is all I can say. Okay, it is in Huntington, the main street. Yeah, we went to this really nice pizza place, and then the next night somewhere else that was nice. He had an office there and devoted staff. It was called either Farrand Consulting or Farrand something, but he had a marketing, maybe Farrand Marketing. Oh, dimes. Well, we don't, as human beings, we like to see patterns, and we don't want to get too overboard on it, do we? But anyway, Jenny, I wanted to tell you that because it was always significant to me, and you mentioned hummingbird. So if that doesn't put Chris to sleep, I don't know what will. Let me see if... and, it's interesting what Bill says, because more than one of you have said that it's staying calm. I think Wall Street isn't more complicated than what Bill already knows in his own business, or what Jenny knows, or what Cindy Lou Who knows, or what Big Al knows, or some of the people that have come and gone. It's just they dress it up with complicated terms, and it doesn't help that Gary Gensler says he wants transparency, but then there isn't. So I think it is important to stay calm, because it's not the big ominous machine they want you to think it is. It's simply human beings interacting with other human beings in the area of money. And my dad, I've told you this before, my dad always had an expression: blood runs thick, but money runs thicker. And I've experienced that. And having been a wealth advisor or whatever, I think people's family and love is very important, but money really touches something different with each one of us. Anyway, I think the key is to remain calm and make sure you're thinking with your best, thinking not only with that 5% of your brain that is is your presence here and now, but the deeper part of you, making sure that your gut is telling you what decisions to make as well. When you make decisions, if you're in a fight and you're on your back foot, you're going to lose. when you make decisions when you're drunk, when you're full of fear, when you have anxiety, which may or may not be the same thing, when you're feeling stress, those aren't necessarily going to be the best decisions that you can make. And so being calm is an important part of it. I started one of my videos by reading, a while ago, by reading Kipling. You know, if you can keep your head while all around you are losing theirs, that's about it. That's about right. And you all do it in your lives. You all do it. It's just when they put it in this Wall Street, it's like, oh my God, I'm in the cathedral of American finance. Trust your own instincts. Let me see if there's... All right, today... Oh, no, that's finger. Look at this one. That's pretty cool. Today, GTII, it was 408,000 shares shorted today out of 689. And even that's not right, probably. All right, let me show you what just came up on Twitter. This is addressed to the Kramers. That's pretty good, huh? There's a lot of creative people. Oh, Jenny, I don't know. There's plenty of people going to make history. There's a competitive side of me that wants to be effective, and you know, there's a little bit of a, I don't know what to call it, a disappointing side of me that has learned over a lifetime that sometimes I don't know how to say it, because anyway, I sometimes arrogantly think I understand things better and more quickly than other people do. But that's just usually just not true. Other people have their own way of seeing things, and there's a lot to learn from others. But I would like this situation to work for you, and I mean it for all 75,000 people or 200,000 people. I want what we all do to be effective. I guess that's the point. And it's so simple on one level, but on the other level I just mentioned, when you're dealing with money, you're dealing with the closest part of each person. I mean, it touches something in everybody differently, but it's I don't want to say it's primal, because how could it be? There's a book out there for, I think it's Woody that reads, somebody reads books that I recommend. There's a book called Debt. That's the name of the book, Debt, D-E-B-T, Debt. I read it. It's a big book. But man, does it reorganize your thinking about human experience and debt. But money is a big core to everybody. So I don't know. Frankly, Newfie, I wish I had done better in my life, but this does seem right now something to help. Lou Grasso, the logic record date as it applies to Aubrey SPAC and the D SPAC hasn't been announced yet. But on the call yesterday, Brent and a couple people put it up. You can go listen to it. I retweeted it. But he was saying that he expects the effective date to be June, first week, second week of June. So if you work backwards, that probably takes 2 weeks. That comes maybe to middle of May. I'm going to guess that the record date will be the beginning of May. But the answer is it hasn't been announced yet. Yeah, Chris Daniel, I hope they do have a long time. And if possible, I hope they have to share their cells with 3 other large men. Laguna Beach, maybe. I just don't remember. You're not sleeping, Chris. You're not sleeping. So it's not Huntington. It would have been I don't know. D Cartel. I'm not talking about Pine. Maybe not. You don't live far from there, Jenny? Wow. Long Beach has the Queen Mary. I didn't know that. When I was a boy, I didn't know that's where it was. We went across the ocean on the Queen Mary. I always love remembering it. We also went across the other ocean on the SS United States. That's nice, Jenny, and that's Pasadena, California. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, I think that's right, CB. There was a guy that I raised money for, and I look back on his story and his stock. Huntington Beach or Long Beach. I wish I remembered. Anyway, I raised a bunch of money for this guy. He had a great company, and he's still alive. I like him very much, but he got crushed by the shorts in retrospect. And I'll tell you, maybe that's something I can do a video on about just my portion of that story. But he told me when his father died, and I met his father, that there's I think it was a fruit tree, but it might have been a cherry blossom or some kind of tree like that, a flowering tree in his backyard that was always kind of dead. That when his father died, ever since, that tree stays blooming, stays green. And I believe the guy. I don't think he's a cornball guy. So, yeah, I think nature has a lot to to show us. So I don't know. Are we rich yet? Remember, no, we're not rich yet, but unless... Oh, I'd love to see the spruce screws. Unless you call this kind of conversation enriching. We're not rich yet. But I think... Let me just look at the chart. I know charts don't matter. I got it. Relax, everyone. I know they don't matter. Relax, everyone. Oh. See, to me, that's not a bad chart action today. This is GTII. It disappointed probably everybody today, but I think that's tremendous action today. It's not a lot of volume. Let me look at the volume. Yeah. See, it's not a lot of volume down at the bottom. But look at that. It went up, hit the 500, the 200-day moving average, and the 50-day is just turning down a bit, but it's right up on it. So to me, we're going to break through. And so I think today's action in GTII is actually good. Check my Twitter email. All right, Chris. Back catchers. I'd like to go see the Queen Mary. That'd be cool. That'd be cool. Amazing. I can't wait till we get through it. Maybe we can all be an extended, fraternity of people that meet each other. You sent me a chart that shows the daily. So how do I find that, Chris? My Twitter email. My Twitter email. My Twitter email. Oh, just where it has a mail? All right, I'll look. 10 minutes ago, did you send it, Chris? Let me see. Oh, there's Chris. Chris Griffith. It says Chris Griffith sent you a photo. Hey, Bill, you can share this on your stream. I don't see the photo, though. Well, I have to say accept. So I go accept. But then I don't see the photo, though. Let me go back. See, I hate this. I can't tell you how much I hate this whole thing. Every time I look at it, it is confusing. All right, so I accepted a request. There. Okay, so once I accept, I go back and come back to it. What a nightmare. It's nice, though. This is Chris Griffith's chart. And to me, when you have downtrends, they're bullish, particularly when you break out to the upside. Usually it's a triangle, but I think it applies to trends as well. Maybe he'll answer, but it causes me a tiny bit of concern that we're at the high end of this moving range. Why? Because to me that means it could pull down, but I could be wrong. by definition, that range moves with it, so I could be wrong on that. But the real positive here that I see is we've broken out above the trend line earlier this week. Or today. Is this a 1-day chart? No, it's a 3-day chart by the 1 minute. Anyway, we broke out, we pulled back to test, and even came down under, and then we're back through. To me, that's a real positive. And my lame analysis of this would be we're headed to kind of the 180 range soon, and maybe higher. I also think, and I'm giving you my technical experience, which is really bad. You should listen to Chris or Avid. But do you see that sideways action from the beginning of, almost from the beginning of that downtrend? It's basically been totally sideways. If I were doing this and being just completely lazy at the breakout, I would turn that on its side and measure upward, which I can't do on this chart, and that would give me a target as well. My guess is it would give a target very close to 3 or more. But anyway, let's see what Chris says. Let's see what Chris is saying right here. Yeah, Jenny, we'll all meet up after. Have I seen the ask price in the afternoon? Would it mean something is up quite a bit more than at the close? Let me see that, Lorenzo. I didn't see it, so that's why I'm asking just to let me see it, because I did not. Yeah, I don't see it up today so much. It's at 174, but maybe it was higher before. But yes, I think they're trying to, in the case of GTII, they're just reporting trades that happen during the day after market. But I think they're trying to use every trick they can to underreport the strength in the stock. Yeah, who's that? I want to meet that Morty McGee. I'd like to start my own oil company, and I'd also like to see somehow to do an honest investment bank. And I'm sure there are many out there, by the way. In my business, both oil and gas and on the finance side, 99.5% of the people you meet, that I meet, the people I hang out with, are really good. What did Chris say? So in other words, he doesn't agree with me. He's seeing that I really don't know what I'm talking. All right, so he started that channel at 10. And then he says, I think GTI breaks Tuesday or Wednesday next week, unless another short attack is coming. And if it does, Wednesday could be the dip and a quick recovery. Okay, that makes sense. 237 would be the top of the trend line on GTII. See, that's not on this picture. I hope I didn't lose it. Yeah, it's not on this picture, so I'm glad you... That's probably what would have happened if I had measured it that way. 237. Hey, Skinny Whale. welcome aboard. Good thing you're skinny. You're not going to capsize the boat. Who are all the companies being scammed by Alpine? Well, somebody mentioned one earlier. DBMM is one. There are some others, and maybe we can find those out. It's a good strategy, Skinny. I'll see if I can get a list. My understanding is this person who's going to whistleblow might do it Monday. Fingers crossed. Macro, okay. All right, I can make you a mod. I don't know how to make you a mod. All right, here's Chris Daniel, and Chris Griffith. So if it's just you have the first same names. It was in a downtrend all day in a wide channel that broke to the upside in the last 10 minutes. There you go, Chris. That's what I'm seeing from what you gave. Here, I'll show it one more time. If it will show up, is exactly that. Now this is a day's action, and I see that as strength. And so it happened in the last 10 minutes. You know, that's interesting, Chris, because I was predicting that there would be a lot of buying at the end where shorts covered at the end. Obviously it didn't happen, but maybe this was a little bit of it. And then Chris Daniel, if the same pattern plays as did on the run to 9, 8.97, GTII would run to 237, pull back to 178 to 185, form a cup, retest 220, and if that breaks, we rip. Makes sense to me. And I like pauses for the cause. You don't want to go straight up because it's like building a skyscraper. You want to have a good foundation. All right, Chris. That's comforting. Schwab has a $2 ask price now. $2. Wow. Lorenzo, I don't have that, but that's actually significant. Skinny Whale. I want to load up on all the companies being scammed by Alpine. Well, I don't know, Skinny. I'll look to make sure. I don't think you use Skinny Whale on Twitter. I think it's a different handle, which I can't remember right now. But I'll let you know directly. Okay, GG76 seems very knowledgeable. Negative on MM. Well, I'm a little. Depends on what you mean by negative, but I'm negative on the idea that it's going to trade the way you want it to. I should add that, the way you want it to. Chris, I will start sharing more with you through Twitter. All right. Now that I figured out how to, you saw me learn how to use it right now. And I also see there's a lot of messages there. And it's not the first time I've tried. It's just I don't know what I'm touching, and I don't want to screw it up. But now I see how to do it. I don't know GG76 shooting down everything positive about MMTLP. But there's so much money involved. They want to destroy your enthusiasm, and they want you to settle for low money. There's a couple of things that I'm less sanguine about. Doesn't mean I'm negative. But from early on, I've been highly positive on the value of MMTLP, and I believe the settlement they should offer to you is massive. So, Skinny, I'll try to do that, and I'm going to try to find you on Twitter. You had a different name. Igelem, or I can't remember. Oh, very negative. Well, I'm not very negative on MMTLP. They're going to try to make you feel like somehow you did something wrong, and they're going to make you feel like if you ask for what you're entitled to, the system is going to collapse. In my judgment, if they settle this quickly, they owe you $1 trillion. Lawyers will take a big chunk. A lot of it will go to NextBridge so that they can justify issuing shares, and it's also to help offset what's that word when you have more shares than you started with? Dilution. But I'm not negative at all on MMTLP. In fact, I'm more positive than most. I understand why it's taking so long. It's a nightmare, but it makes sense to me that it's taking this long. So, no, I'm not negative, MKC. Maybe I'll try to follow it. Maybe she is smart or he is smart. But all of you have to be aware. Anybody that you're talking to on those streams or on any of this, did you hear me? If it's $1 trillion, and I know you're going, this guy must have a hole in his head, but $1 trillion, you don't think they could pay some woman or some lawyer or some guy or some whole company to convince you, or Congress, pay them $10-20 million just to fight this and to cause doubt in your mind. So you have to, I'm not saying assume everyone's being bad, but there might be some people out there trying to scare you. Urban 8, my thoughts on AMC, I don't know where it's trading. And I hate looking because then it's on my watch list until it disappears. But let's see, $5. I just think after I think it's partly true that when all that COVID money came in, that people were buying the stock, and in a way it became a meme stock. All of that's partly true. I think the system, Ken Griffin, Citadel, market makers, lost control. And otherwise they were having a pretty good game on a professional level, trading all through and around and nicking their bits of money every day out of the stock. But I think they lost control. And it ran. But then everything they lost, I forget how high it went, everything they lost, I am sure they made back, shorting it back down. And then they got it back under control. And to me, it's going to remain under control. As long as the system is still standing, it's going to remain under control. There have been a couple of times where it's run up and immediately they take your money back on the way back down. I think popcorn has stabilized the company, which I think has a mediocre future. I was walking by a bar with Lucky the other night. He remembers this one place he got a treat, so he always takes me down the street. And the big bouncer loved Lucky, and so we were talking. But I looked in the bar, and they were watching basketball, and the screen must have been the size of... The screen was the length of the entire bar, and it was the height of the wall. It was massive. And it was so crystal clear. So I just don't know why people go to movie theaters anymore. But maybe they will. Maybe they will. And I know he's got other plans. But he got out of debt. He assured himself a big salary. He assured himself a lifetime of high living and retirement. And, you know, it's debatable, is that what his role was? What a CEO can say is, my job is to protect the long-term health of the company and look out for shareholders over the long term. Personally, I would argue once you've been educated that you're being screwed by the short sellers, in fact, you have additional duties. But I think he's convinced himself he didn't have a duty to any of you guys. So he did a duty on you. I personally I don't think AMC or GME are places that you should be spending your time. And if there's rallies you should get out of. I have a huge caveat. And my huge caveat is every now and then I listen to some of these different people who have their views on GME and AMC, and they talk in these just simply enormous numbers of counterfeit shares. So my huge caveat is, if the system loses control again of AMC and GME, you could have massive moves again. But I really don't know if they're ever going to lose control. I don't know that if there's reforms on Congress or in the SEC, I don't think they'll go after Ken Griffin. I think it was Pat Byrne that said Citadel is the Fed. I don't know. I don't think they'll go after Goldman Sachs. They'll go after Alpine. They'll go after Kramer. But they won't go after the big names. When I was much younger, young like all you guys, I worked at Merrill. Merrill did all the same things Mike Milken did at Drexel. All of them. They did it more poorly, but they arrested Mike Milken. Why? He was on the West Coast. They could make him the scapegoat, and then the rest of Wall Street just went on la-di-da. That's what I think will happen here. And so I don't expect Wall Street to lose control of AMC or GME. But if it happens, I can see why you're in it. Now, in terms of advice I've given before, I think there's opportunities out there. You don't have to do GTII, but I think the opportunity in GTII is as massive to you as AMC or GMC, as massive. And does that mean it'll happen? No, I don't have a time machine to the future. But I think it makes sense to take losses in AMC. I can't give specific advice, but to take losses in AMC and GME book those losses, put your money in something that has an equal chance of running, like, to me, GTII. But yeah, there might be another one out there that you like, or more than one. And just wait the 31 days until you can buy back AMC if you want to. You know, you might find out after you've sold out you don't want to buy back. You might find that out. But for the 31 days that you're waiting to establish your tax loss, you know, so you can buy back without violating the wash sale rule, I think you can have your money in GTII or another stock that has all of the same upside potential, so you're not completely out of the game. You know, the risk is, of course, as soon as you get out, it runs. Well, there's compromises. You can do it with half the money. You know, you can do it halfway, or a quarter of the way. I think you have real professionals against you in AMC and GME, and they're going to strip you. And but it's a tough call, isn't it? But the thing to remember is you're trying to make money. You don't have to make money in AMC. You can take a loss there and come make it in GTII. Now, I'm somebody who got very badly hurt by CRTD. So I thought that was going to be the first squeeze, the 400 million shares. But, you know, I've never seen a CEO, and I respect him, but it's like he walked down his own stock. He talked down his own stock. And he said on a call he wanted to get rid of all the hot money. Well, to me, that's a little... I wish Wild Bill Pecos were still on the thing, but to me, that's like taking the energy out of a oil well or taking the fizz out of a Coke bottle. I don't know, but whatever. I still believe in the potentials of VOCL, but that's a stock. I experienced the horrible realization that not only was it not going to squeeze, there were some decisions being made that I'm like, I don't understand why that way. But hey, I'm not a CEO. And the reason I'm bringing it up, that money, I wish I had it in GTI right now. So I know the feeling of, oh my gosh, I'm missing out because I made a bad choice. But I guess the final thing I'll say is you can't get an A+ on these trades. You're lucky if you get a D+. So I would let loose the power of your AMC position. GTII is, as Ham says, the best setup he's ever seen. And the advantages we have, I'm not going to run through them right now, but the advantages are that it's just really one trapped idiot, unprofessional, doesn't know what he's doing. And there's a bunch of other sloppy criminals in there that have made money because the environment has been so easy. But the environment is changing really rapidly. So I think, anyway, that's my answer to your question about AMC. Hey, Jenny and Skinny, I would just suggest that you do that, and I'll try to, I can reach you, Jenny. I don't know how to reach Skinny. But I would just suggest you do that quietly, at least at the beginning. But I'm not telling you what to do. Yeah, my portfolio, my stable is full of nags. My hovercraft, she is full of eels. My hovercraft is full of eels. If I told you you had a beautiful body, would you hold it against me? That's the Hungarian to English translation book they used on Monty Python. He was trying to buy cigarettes. Chris Daniel, if GTI hits over $100, I think we should donate $100 per every 100 to William and let William decide to split with Ham or give to a charity. Well, I'll think about that. I would like to build something, so it might, but I'll think about that, Chris. It's a nice idea. Oh, some ape for the arbitrage. Well, that might make sense. And I don't know what the reverse split is coming. You buy ape. Anyway, it's a trading stock in that sense then, Urban Ape. Yeah, those shills are good. They've been practiced at their art of deception. I was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy, and man, did he look pretty ill. So we decided to have a soda, my favorite color, cherry red. I could tell she was going to meet her connection. In her hand was a bleeding man. She was practiced at the art of deception. I can't get the words right. I know, Big Al. And that your profits come from crappy popcorn and selling sugar water. I don't know. I used to love going to movies, and I even would go by myself. But now, I'm just as happy watching it on a screen at home. Oh, he is going to talk about MMTLP? See, Stony Bones, I'll make my prediction right now. He's going to control the message. He's going to mold the message to what Goldman Sachs wants Congress to hear. Or Ken Griffin. 10-year bonds starting to sell off. Well, I think they've been being bought by the central banks, particularly the Fed. Watch out for the bond market, Chris. If they lose control of the bond market, it's like a dinosaur next to a Great Dane. It's huge. All right. Amon. Well, short AMC if you can. Oh, Bretton Hodge, MMTLP. There's going to be a call on... Oh, that's your name? Okay, let me write that down. I'll try to find you. Rumbler. Okay. There's a call at 10 o'clock. If you go on Twitter, how do I tell you how to find it? I don't know. It'll say MMTLP. I don't know much of what's going on about MMTLP right now, so I don't have much of an update. I understand that there's enormous pressure on Congress, enormous pressure at the SEC and FINRA. I understand further that some of the committees are demanding blue sheets and information. I'm really afraid that the message might get morphed. That's what yeah, space call. There's a space call tonight. Let me see. How can I tell you about it? Let me see. It was messaged. It might have been messaged to me. Yeah. At 10 p.m. tonight, there's a space call on the MMAT offering. So Matt E. is telling me I don't have to speculate. Just let Busy Brands answer the question. Fair enough. Fair enough. So that's at 10 o'clock tonight. There might be other calls before and after, but that's specifically on MMAT, and I'm sure it'll go into MMTLP. Busy Brands. Yeah, I'll show you his. I'll show you Busy's moniker. I don't know, handle. Here's a space call. Milo tried to sleep with me. Who's Milo? Anyway, I don't want to listen to it. There's an MMTLP call going on now, hosted by Drew Diligence right now. Right now. Drew Diligence. So you can go look up Drew Diligence. There's two of them. So look at one with that symbol. Or Marduk or Jor-El. You see Jor-El? She's really good. Jorl. That's going on right now. And Drew Diligence, to me, runs great calls. Pecos Bill is speaking. Let's listen to this one.
On a valve, they don't have to do quite like we do in some of the Saudi Arabian countries. They don't have lifting costs like we do.
This is Pecos Bill.
All we're just on a thread, just on a knife's edge as to when we fall off and say, oops, we're no longer profitable. Well, the way that our government treats the oil business is that if you make lots of money, we want to take as much as we can. But if you lose
Busy does great calls.
You
Yes.
don't get to write
Yes,
it off
Busy does great
at
calls.
nearly the size of loss. It's kind of like our capital gains tax. I don't know if everybody in here understands how that works, but you can make $100,000 in profit, and they want their 40% of it. But if you lost that $100,000, they only let you take $3,000 of it and spread it out over $3,000 a year for infinity. It does seem a little unfair.
This is Pecos
But those are the
Bill
rules.
speaking.
And once you understand the
And
rules,
it's
then people quit
MMTLP
arguing about the rules. It's just like you
Nextbridge.
playing a baseball game.
Oil
Some people
Talk.
might say, wouldn't it be better if we had 4 strikes? Well, maybe not. It's 3 strikes. You play the game the way the rules are written. And that's the way I have governed my career in the oil business over the last 40 years. And so I guess that's my intro. Now, if you want to have a debate, let's debate something that's factual.
So the Permian Basin, is this like what was formerly like an inland, well, it wasn't inland, right? A sea that went into what is now pretty much West Texas.
Yes. Yeah,
right?
okay, so I forgot. I'm sorry.
And then,
I neglected your question, and I apologize. So if you want to know where the Permian Basin is, it really technically starts just south of Lubbock and goes all the way down to where the
All right, I
Diablo
see.
Basin is north of. There's some places called Sanderson, Fort Stockton, almost to the Big Bend country, and those are getting to be the more sparse and shallow parts of the Permian Basin, but they're still part of the Permian Basin. Now that's your north and south coordinates, and the east and west ones go just really where that real sharp corner is, just west of Midland, where New Mexico joins with Texas. Just draw a straight line down in there, and you're going to get into the Delaware Basin, which is still part of the Permian. And
yeah, I'm looking at a little map I found.
Well, then you may have the coordinates. I don't need to over-explain. But it goes east as far as almost to Abilene. People don't produce over there in that area as much, but Big Spring, north to La Mesa.
I'm going to take a quick break.
Yeah, almost Sweetwater in that area and south, down toward Tom Green County, Sterling, San Angelo, the Concho River Valley. That's all part of the proper boundaries of the Permian Basin. It's big. It's huge.
And if you look at like where the Oro Grande is, we're looking at pretty much on the far west side.
It's west of the western boundary of the Delaware.
Yeah. So just off of that. Okay. Trying to get an idea, the geologic real estate. If there's, I'm sure there's a lot to it, but at least starting from this point, at least I get in the right zip code.
Yeah. Well, you're in Hudson County, and and that Oro Grande goes all the way up into New Mexico, close to the Guadalupe Mountains, and then turns back to the east around the Ora, where Ora is in New Mexico, and wraps back around. It doesn't go north toward Lee County and that area, which is really technically still part of the Permian, but that is the boundaries. And so now what? What is the next question?
Is there any? I'm trying to think in right this end of the basin here. I wonder if there's. Looks like there's not really anything producing in this area, right? So it's like
I would guess that there's some marginal production, but I wouldn't know who the operator is. There's marginal production all over Texas. There are wells that are, 2,500 feet sitting in people's backyards.
This is a really good talk.
Longview that are owned by the guy that owns the house, and they're marginal. They were sold off of what they call core assets by a larger company, and because even the cost of one workover for them would have outweighed the benefit of that well. But there are people producing those wells for personal use and selling it out of tanks. This may sound like Jed Clampett stuff, but it's real. It happens. So there may be some marginal production. I am not familiar with it. I'm not familiar with anything in the Oro Grande except for this particular venture. I followed the geology when it was first being done. The very, very first
this is really good
scratches
information
on the surface that started making waves throughout the existing oil business at that time. Now, keep in mind, it was at a time when we had some pretty high-priced oil. We were struggling with energy
cheap
independence,
money.
and this was pre-Trump, and there was still, it was also not restricted as government land. So there was a lot of development. People that didn't have oil, and you couldn't pry those leases away from the big boys, and Exxon, Oxy, Chevron, Diamondback wasn't really a thing then. Apache is big. ConocoPhillips was a big player. They still are. But you couldn't pry any leases away from them. They weren't rationalizing their core assets and spinning off their little outer boundaries for these low producers to small players, people that are just trying to establish a cash flow. So it was making a noise in the area, but it wasn't drawing tons of attention because, like I said, Exxon's probably got 3,000 wells shut in that could turned on. They could run 200 barrels a day right now, tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. That's a lot. It would take a minute to stimulate the well, and maybe they plugged them and they'd have to recomplete them, or go in and drill out a packer, or set a packer. I'm not sure where they would want it, which formation, but they've got multi-completion verticals that don't have the horizontal piece on them. So they might want to, and we've discussed that in this space about how that works, where you have this straw that I was talking about. You could sink the straw to the bottom.
Yeah, we've gone over that.
And then you perforate it around the sides, and then set packers, below it to block out those areas, and you produce how you want to. Then in a certain economy, let's say that natural gas gets a boost, and we're looking at $9 or $10 natural gas instead of $1.95 at Henry Hub, or $2, whatever it closed at today, because maybe we have new energy in the around, and pun intended, around the liquefied natural gas projects and exporting to Europe. What happens if we have another war that lets the oligarchies take all of the heating supply from Europe again? They almost did it this winter. It's going to open up a market, and if we can ship LNG, natural gas is going to go. Well, if I had the Oro Grande, I would go in there and drill every piece of that Barnett Shale that's in there. It's full of Barnett Shale, and it gets gaseous, and it's got a lot of liquid.
That produces a gas.
The Barnett Shale, to me, I produced I worked in the Haynesville Shale, the Fayetteville Shale, the Eagle Ford Shale. Many friends in the Marcellus area, and it's more gas and gas liquids than it is the heavy crude, high gravity crude that goes into different types of products. It's still extremely valuable. It's marketed on energy, which is the lower heating value measured in BTU, and those products can find their way into chemical plants to make things like electric cars. It takes about 300 barrels of hydrocarbon to make an electric car, and people still think we're going to be done with petroleum in 10 years. What are we going to make electric cars out of? What are we going to make those windmill parts out of?
Wow.
It takes about 100 barrels a piece to make a generator it's going to have to be a complementary and harmonious relationship between fossil fuels and alternative energies. So that's all I want to say about that without getting too political.
It makes a lot of sense as far as future demand.
Now, where were we headed with that?
Because I have a general question, if it's okay. Look, I'm not going to try to understand oil in depth. What I want to know is some of the people I'm hearing from who are saying this venture is a big fat zero, it's worthless, etc. Are you able to oppose that view?
Only with my personal
disagree.
view. And here's what I would say: if I was going to assemble 1,000 software engineers in a room and try to sell them on an oil
10
asset,
p.m. Eastern.
I would have to speak a completely different language to get their money. If I assembled 1,000 oil men, it would be a quick talk. We would hand out the geology. We'd hand out some of the well test, and they would go home and they'd call us back and say, "Yeah, I think I'm good, or I'm going to pass. Got a better offer somewhere over in closer to Midland or something like that." So this is such a diverse group of investors that probably, I'm going to say 80 or 90% of them didn't bargain on being part of this oil thing. They jumped in for the squeeze. When it hit the market the way I understood it, and I've told you this before, I never knew what a short squeeze was. We squeezed lemons and oranges around my house. I didn't ever squeeze a stock. I bought into it for Torchlight because I had 3 ex-coworkers and they were good. They're dang good engineers and geologists, but they were a little bit more entrepreneurial than what they wanted to sit in as a staff engineer or staff geologist and take their turn at getting their pension after 20 years. They were a little bit wildcatters, kind of like McCabe. And So when we found out, but a few of my buddies found out that they were over there, we said, well, let's gamble a little bit. We bought in for about $1.64, and I didn't feel any risk at all. But we were pre-COVID, we were pre-Trump. We thought this thing would go into some sort of a quick development stage, a discovery phase, if you will, and say that we've got 20 wells mapped out. Here's the boundaries. We're producing 100 barrels a day off of these tests. Any buyers? And maybe somebody would have bought it at that time when we were dancing with $100 to $140 a barrel, just back and forth, back and forth. And then it changed. So everybody is right to say that they feel trapped or locked in. It's certainly fair. They bought into something and then ended up being shuffled over into an oil play. So I can't completely be contrarian, Miss Dizzy, to your statement that plenty of people, I don't know the credentials of the people that are saying it's worthless, but I bet a large sum of money that none of them have nearly as much experience as McCabe, don't have nearly as much personal capital to throw at something, and probably may have worked in the business all their life and don't have nearly as much as he does. So as we do when we invest in Microsoft, Apple, Tesla, we do tend to invest on a personalized basis with the CEO. And at that time, McCabe was a well-respected geologist, not so much as a manager, but I've said this before. Geologists are weird people. They're like mad scientists.
That's true.
They believe so much in their science. You'd be amazed what they do in their off time. I mean, they're not normal. So they
study
true.
rocks.
Well, they do, and they do math. I mean, they'll do 20, and then they'll call each other on the phone and say, hey, will you check my math? And I've got this program built over here that'll do all of these simulated algorithms, and they'll plug the number in, and they'll try to find confidence in their math, in their numbers. Just like if you had three aerospace engineers to try to calculate the launch angle or the re-entry angle of a spaceship, you have to have 3 or 4 agree within like 7 or 8 decimal places to the right to say we've got a good number. Let's go ahead and set that angle in the computers.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed in the stock world, watching enough CNBC and every type of NBC, you have people who do this for 40 years, every day, all day long. It's their life to estimate what stocks are worth. And, right, there's a wide disagreement, right?
Yeah.
Some people think it's junk. Some people say Tesla's going to 0, Tesla's going to 500. It's hard to figure out, what's really going to happen.
Well,
I'm
just in that.
related question. So, what about the people who say, they've been trying to sell this property forever? Because that's another detracting message
All oil
I
and gas
hear,
properties
is
are for
they
sale.
weren't able to sell this property for many, many years despite trying.
Just the
So what they
price.
did was market it along with the short squeeze as kind of this can be your stop loss. And people who were in it for the squeeze, they're like, yeah, I'm sure those assets are fine. So, but they hadn't done enough research. So
I can address that.
What about, yeah.
So, number one, there's no proof whatsoever that they ever had this for sale. 0. Somebody's conjectures could be like somebody driving by my farm and saying, that place must be worthless. He hadn't sold that in 10 years. Well, it hadn't been for sale, folks. This has not been officially marketed to any potential buyers. There's 0 proof of that.
Well,
they put together
they do have just a minute, hate to interrupt. They do have I think going back to 2010, I'll have to see, when they had a data room set up and said they had half a dozen prospects We don't know
That's
what
the hazel.
happened, right?
Right. Well, and I would.
If
They were
wanted
selling the
more or
hazel.
what, but
I
yeah.
believe that. So typically, when you start, and I didn't know. I don't know how they set that up. That's not an unusual story to hear that someone immediately, once they start, they came out with venture capital and felt like their geology was going to be easy to prove with the drill bit, and they immediately started drilling and said, we're going to set up a data room. So you have this real-time feel, which is different than the data rooms I've been into, where you walk into a room and you got, an engineer of whatever type. You're in this particular case, all I would need is a geologist and a subsurface engineer. I wouldn't need surface equipment engineers. I wouldn't need somebody to understand how we're going to build roads, how we're going to get electricity to anything. I would just want somebody to evaluate the downhole equipment. And they'd give you about 30 days, but you're kind of locked into the data that they have. Any new data would be certified and scrubbed a little bit and conditioned for public consumption, for investor consumption. They've been put in the data room. In the virtual world, it kind of comes at you real time. As soon as it's available, they stick it in there. And if you're on the list to get information, you'll get an email that said a new document has been added into your Citadon file, which is the document control software, to your Citadon profile that you can look at. And you'll look on there, and it'll say it was entered by McCabe on such and such date, and the words, horizontal well, blah, 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 was changed to vertical well, something, and it shows all the edits, everything. So you're getting emails constantly on any new data that's going in there, almost document by document. I don't know what happened to that, but the story we received on our end was that they really, once the short selling started, they did not understand. I will say that they went in very nearsighted. They did not understand that would dry up their funding. So that was it. I mean, they were short sold into oblivion once they started showing some increases. I think they went up to 10, and then eventually, somebody correct me, I think it went up to 20. And then once it did, the shorts came in and started shorting down. A short is not going to ruin a company. It's not. It did dry them out of their money, so they had to start coming up with other ways to raise money. So they slowed down, and it's all in their 10Ks and their financials that's part of the risk profile. I think there's a hand up there. I think maybe we should take a question. So,
Can I interrupt for 1 second?
Yeah.
I think Pecos Bill, you mentioned $20 stock price. Are you talking about Torch when it went
Yes.
up before? Yeah, my recollection is that it was around 11 or 12.
was that the highest it got? Okay.
Before the split, 11.25.
And
in
then
June.
it dropped like a
Yeah.
rock.
Okay.
Just like
that's,
MMTLP.
Matter of stock shorting, dilution, the combination of factors.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well, unfortunately, we're
data
very acutely apparent in our minds that these are the assets we hold. Unfortunately, if you scanned all of the stocks on the market, not just the marginal ones like Bed Bath & Beyond or other companies, Sears went the same way, Toys R Us.
You think so,
They tried it with
Big Al?
Volkswagen, different story, but it was
This
a
is
different
Pecos
outcome
Bill.
too. But a lot of times it is predatory. They're scanning for fundamentals way deep in their research rooms that says, this company just has this one little thing, a little chink in their armor, if you will. And if we can expose that stock price will drop. Let's keep this to ourselves, and when we expose that chink in the armor, we're going to run
Well, I
in
see
there.
what you mean. Maybe
and short
about
this
short selling, he doesn't.
And it's just part of the game. It's part of the chess game. And I don't have any heartburn with shorting. I don't care for predatory lending and searching out companies just for that purpose, especially when you're talking about a company that has a small float and a small market cap. You can absorb all of their market capital overnight. And that's what happened to Torchlight. They woke up one morning and had no money.
That's true.
Yeah, I had looked up this article here. I'll put it in the nest. The last thing I found that I came across that they were actively looking for a buyer was
Oh, he did say that?
February
I didn't hear it.
25th in 2020. I mean, they may have been marketing as well, but that they put out a PR that said where did they go here? The company has had suitors brought into the data room under a confidentiality agreement. That was the only sign I've seen that they were ever trying to market it actively about 3 years ago. So,
Hey, let's go ahead and grab this gentleman that's got.
yeah, let's go next.
Yeah.
The Naked Truth.
Yeah,
What's
thank
going
you
on?
yeah, not much. Thank you so much, Pecos Bill, for your
I'll
detailed
replay
explanation.
it.
I truly respect and appreciate your analysis and knowledge. My bottom line question related to MMTLP was, I feel like there are like multiple security breach. The way it got started trading on the OTC, and I also feel like we, not particularly I or some of our people here, we did not do a right thing by putting one share for $1 million. Come on, it's not right. The market is a fair place to determine what is the fair value of those assets. And George Palakier had mentioned in the previous presentations the torchlight value is anywhere between $1 to $20. When oil was during COVID time, or maybe like when oil was 60. So fairly, I think 24, 25, because assets are not developed. Geologists can only figure out that how much oil can be in the ground, and based on that, they can sell the oil. But those companies who's gonna go or invest the capital in billions and take out and send it to the refineries, they're gonna calculate the cost in. So according to you, what is the fair value of the assets based on the presentations Berta have given during 2022?
Okay, there is no way to tell you that number. There has not been one presentation that I have seen that had enough technical data. There's not one. It takes more than just oil in place, and they know that. Now they're going to let some of the potential buyers do the due diligence. They will have oil samples. They'll have gas samples. They will have all the well logs that show the depth of pay, how deep the depth of pay, actually the actual depth of the pay zone is, and hopefully they have a representative sample. But without knowing the mobility of this oil and the oil gas ratio and the oil water ratio, it's impossible. Now there are methodologies for this, but each company has their own, and it would be completely irresponsible for me to say what it's worth without knowing more information.
I respect that answer.
There's a lot more science to be done here, folks. This is a discovery, exploitation, and development play. It is not a producing company that can go out there and bolt it onto the back of their existing production. They got lease operators out in trucks. They got tank batteries ready to roll out there and set. They got gathering lines for the gathering system, not the transmission pipe that gets it into a market-connected pipeline, which I don't know. I've got some feelers out for the people that I know over there. I'm trying to find out what the largest diameter line that's close, that's at least facing west out of the Delaware, and what the capacity is. My understanding is that capacity is all contracted. They're not allowing any new pipelines.
No takeaway.
Our government's not allowing any new pipeline permits to be had. So it'll be a trucking situation, which is very common. It's not a big deal. They'll have to truck water and oil. They've got water disposal wells already. They converted 3 of their dry holes as part of their mapping exercise, which is pretty handy. I mean, that people think that that's not a good deal to get a dry hole, but at least then you know where the boundary is. So anyway,
Science.
Getting the oil to market is probably the least of anybody's concern. There's markets out there. It's how much, what is the producible oil, not the oil in place. And so we talk about this wolf camp. The wolf camp is, you're going to find it in every document in West Texas. I don't know of a company that doesn't have a wolf camp zone, except in the San Andreas, which is between Andrews and Denver City, Texas. That's a completely different zone. Massive amounts of oil there. But everybody else has got wolf camp identified at about 3,700 to 3,900 feet. Makes it real easy target, but it's an expensive lift. It does take a pumping unit, and each area's got a little bit different water characteristics. So I would think if they say we're gonna sell this, we're gonna drill into, on our vertical side, we're gonna drill it all in the wolf camp, and then we're gonna go down over here on in the bench area of the lease, and we're gonna drill for the Barnett Shale. We're gonna turn some horizontals and be ready to produce that and market it that way. Then you would have enough information. I would need well test data. I would need production rates, not just initial production rates, but true well test dates, as if you were going to produce this thing for a long term. And then I'd need the physical properties. I would need to know every component, starting with methane, ethane, propane, butane, isobutane, isopentane. Every one of those components I want to know, because those are my marketable constituents in the oil stream. The crude, I just want to know the specific gravity and whether it's sweet or sour, how much sand and silt. That Pennsylvania silt is a nasty producing zone, because it works like the Canadian oil sands. You still have a lot of surface work to do once you get it liberated from the rock. So
Canadian oil.
I know I'm giving you a non-answer, and I'm not going to give you a dollar figure, but I can't. It'd be irresponsible.
No, I truly respect that. I truly respect that, because I personally am not that kind of guy, who would speculate like a random high figure just to scare the shorts and just be unreasonable. It's not fair, to be honest. The other side of the guys, whether it's short or the SEC or FINRA, they are not stupid, right? Okay, they are also qualified. They are there for some reason. So I know that Torchlight's been trying and marketing this property for a very long time. I've seen Berta's interview from 2018, 2019, and I think marketing part is done. I think we retail marketed on the Twitter enough that everybody knows in the world now what MMTLP is now. So marketing part is done. Now the actual work needs to be done. My second question was...
can I ask a question? When you say that the marketing part is done, you mean like drawing attention to it, or
exactly,
truly marketing? So that's
drawing attention, not the technical marketing. Not at the technical level, as you explained. Because I used to work for Schlumberger also, so I understand the dynamics and the processes of how to extract oil. They have different stages, 7 stages. First, they do the geoservice analysis, and even in geoservice analysis, they do the different kind of. Sometimes they have a iron type punch, which they bang it on the ground, and from the vibration, the equipment sends the signal to the computer, and that's how they figure out.
Because he doesn't have any risk.
That's how they figure out. So it's a very scientific game, which all the big oil companies have been experted in. My other question was, recently I found out that one of the oil and gas company.
This is the longest question I've ever heard.
Not a chairman, but I would say a CEO. Very small oil and gas companies. They own a very probably 150 acres something, and they are trying to drill on their own. So they were like, they need capital to drill more oil, but they don't have capital. So I told them, I was like, I know some people who can take you to raise some capital at the stock exchange via IPO. He told me he doesn't want to do that because if he does that, then he has to pay taxes. And if he raises a private equity, he will get some tax benefit. I'm not sure whether you have an answer of that. If you can, then I'll appreciate that.
Well, we didn't. I'll be honest. The companies that I worked for didn't need private equity. No, we did not exercise. We didn't use any private equity. But there are plenty of companies that we purchased leases from that had developed their initial phase in private equity, but that wasn't of concern to us. We made a cash offer and rolled those. It would be something that's very, very near the proximity of our boundaries. But they were little wildcatters that had a couple of leases, and they'd go out, and if we decided that could fit within our core asset rationalization studies and said, we can produce those profitably, we would offer them a cash buyout. But I never dealt with private equity.
Okay, because they were seeking some capital not in the market. They don't want to go IPO.
Too,
they were some kind of scared of paying some taxes. That's why I feel like NextBridge or Torchlight, they were keep showing losses because as soon as, and they are not purposely trying to take out if you read their history or somebody reads their history, they have sold some oil, maybe 1,000 barrel or 2,000 barrel just to, keep the operation running. But they purposely are not taking out the oil and selling it to the refineries because they say they might have to pay taxes on that.
Well, there's a lot to unpack.
There's no refineries right there.
When you enter the producing world instead of just the exploitation world, you bring on a whole lot of issues. You have all the EPA regulations. You have all the movement oil reports. There's a lot to unpack in that. Where if they drill them to shut in. Now, this was the understanding I had was they had an agreement as part of their clean energy contract to not exceed, for ESG purposes, the emissions requirements. So drilling in itself has a certain score in the ESG world. It has a certain reportable emissions and a reportable waste and damage to surface. So whether you're mud pits or whatever you're doing, lease roads, you're going to pay something for that. That doesn't necessarily always translate to a good business model to keep maintaining that while you're trying to develop for the purpose of someone else producing it. I still maintain that from what I can see on the surface, that NextBridge doesn't ever intend to produce this. They intend to, there are several companies out there and none of them are public. I would think that would almost be the worst thing they could do because of all the restrictions that you go through. I couldn't tell you what they are as far as the SEC is concerned, and you have to have a totally different, I think, probably an accounting group to manage that for you. And
Sarbanes-Oxley.
And a lot of oversight and governance just to keep yourself out of trouble on that. But most of them are private, from what I could tell, and they would produce. I mean, they would develop to sell or flip, and they would maintain a 1 or 2% working interest ownership. And from what I can tell, that's what NextBridge has done on all of theirs. They've maintained a small working interest ownership just to keep their cash flow coming in. And in a future time, I can see where they would love to feel that they might end up with a net income stream of 20 or 30% of their revenue coming from 1 and 2% increments all the way through these oil fields of working interest ownership, where they're getting royalties every month to keep their.
That's interesting,
and then that would be a growth company at that point. They would actually hope that would be growth. That's yet to be revealed.
Interesting.
Does that make sense? Did I answer your question in any way?
Yeah, you did, and thank you so much. I don't want to take too much of time of yours. I see Daisy's hand is raised, so I will let her speak. But thank you so much for your insights. It's truly having like I feel good having like a meaningful conversation like this. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for the comprehensive answer to Naked Truth's question about the value or how to come up with a value. And I also get that it's hard to determine the value right now. And would you say that if there were an individual, back in October, November or so, who was telling people that for sure a share of MMTLP would be worth, NextBridge would be worth, $60. Is that person a quack? And because it sounds like to me that what they did was quite irresponsible, because you as an oil and gas person are saying it's very hard to determine the value right now. There are things that need to be done in order to determine value. So
it is impossible to value this property with the data you have available at this point. I can say that. And anyone that puts a number on it, whether that be today or last October, is grossly irresponsible.
Thank you for saying that. Yeah, we've had a problem with some social pumpers that got people into this play who talked about oil and gas and suggested that they were experts. And
I don't know any of these people. I mean, I've told you all a couple of times.
No, you're very cool.
Well,
you're very cool, Mr.
I didn't
Bill.
even have Twitter until the last week of January, so I'm out of the community. But I am a truth seeker, and I, whether right or wrong, I mean, it's kind of easy to sit back here at this point and Monday morning quarterback, which seems to be the case for everybody I've heard speak of this. It's almost like showing up as what's the guy's name, Scott Van Pelt, on Monday morning and talking about all the way the basketball game should have been played or the football game should have been played, and somebody actually thinking he knew a damn thing about playing the sport. And I've heard a lot of that going on here. And so it's easy to armchair quarterback and Monday morning quarterback and talk about what mistakes were made in history. I can assure you, if I knew what I know today,
be a rich man.
And it's hard to say. It's hard to say what I would have known 7 years ago, but I probably would have spent that money on some other established play. It was 100% speculative, and it had nothing to do with the short squeeze. But it was investing in some people that I knew of. Like I said, I've told this story many times. I knew the people. I knew they had worked for our company, but I didn't know them personally. And when we checked around, everybody said, "Man, those are good guys. They just didn't want to be a staff engineer all their life. They wanted to go out and do some wildcatting." And I've heard, a lot of untruths spoken about those relationships, and I won't even respond to those. I'm not a promoter of anything or anybody except my own finances, and I'm trapped just like everybody else. And all I'm doing is trying. I'll be honest. I'm trying to determine whether, if I were told tomorrow, okay, we've got this settlement. Don't know what it is. I'm not even going to speculate that there's going to be one. But if something came to me that said you're going to have to make a choice, I would look at the numbers, and if it was a certain number, I would sell everything into that market, the MMTLP. I would wait for NextBridge to continue developing and look at it, and then maybe buy in as an accredited investor on that side. But I'm not going to give anybody the numbers. Every time I've said a number that I had already picked, I already had it written down on my tablet the morning of the 8th. And every time I've said that, I've been crucified, because it's much lower than what people want to believe. It's not $1.50. It's not 20, but it's not 60 or 5,000.
Yeah, there's a lot of seeking the numbers in the stock market game, right? If we knew the numbers, we'd be winning the lotto every day, right?
That seems to be the short squeeze thing. I've looked back at some videos that said that same thing on AMC. Well, if we can do this, and we can all buy a share tomorrow, it's going to launch the price to $80 a share or $100 or whatever. That's not the way I run my personal investing. Mine's risk based, and I don't even look at numbers like that. If they happen, they happen. I did get into one that kind of popped, and it came on a pretty common. It went right back down, which I learned a hard lesson on parabolic stocks. They tend to go both directions at the same speed.
Right.
And it made good money. I mean, I bought 10 shares and made about $20,000 on it over a period of time, a short period of time. And wow, I was like, holy cow, that was crazy. So, but that didn't convince me to be a jumper on all these short squeezes. So anyway, I'll be quiet now.
No, that's fine. I have just one quick question. So NextBridge, what they have been trying to do, so you probably have heard about that.
Hey, Terry.
So NextBridge is going through a private placement right now, and it's by the Roth Capital, which is used by MetaMaterial before also, and Torchlight also. And I had called them just as in like to investigate. I was like, hey guys, I wanted to invest in the private placement. How much is your share value? So initially, they had NextBridge tagged as the IPO, pre-IPO, going through a pre-IPO phase. After maybe like a week of my call, they changed it into the fairness opinion. And I went ahead and looked at it, what fairness opinion in Investopedia. So basically, fairness opinion is like how much, so the investment banking, what it does is like they take a bunch of tools and they try to determine the fair market value of that stock. So I'm not sure that how they're gonna, I don't even know that when Torchlight was going public, at what price they launched it, because I could not figure out that data. Maybe it was $10 or $20. I don't know. So right now they are under that. And there's one more company along with Torchlight, which is going through under fairness opinion. And that company's name is Spark Energy. And apparently that Spark Energy is going through SPAC merger. So basically, there's a blank check company. They raised probably like $250 million for that company, but that's completely different. That's not like an oil and gas. That's completely a utility company, Spark Energy. So maybe this is my complete assumptions and speculation that investment bankers are trying to figure out what are the value of per share. Maybe this could be the reason, but that's all information I wanted.
That's really good info. Might try to check some of those out. Trying to figure out how do they value these stocks that are basically private equity at this point. Because I think a lot of people, once there's a price that they, once their offering is approved, and then once they get a price on it, some people probably going to be panicking if the price is lower than, what they think the assets are worth. But
well, what occurs to me is interesting in this particular discussion is that I wonder how many of us would be able to walk into a room and have every single bit of data that you've ever requested on Torchlight or NextBridge, but produced in front of you for Apple. And how many of you could leave there with a proper valuation of them? And they have every piece of financial statistics known to man in their data set. And there's not a person in this room or on this call that could come up with the right valuation and go tomorrow and buy their stock at that number and be profitable. Does anybody disagree with that? Anybody want to try that?
I don't think there's even anybody in that professional finance field with, a lifetime of experience.
But the point is, we keep looking for data to make us feel better about our decision. And if you took some of the most profitable companies in the world that just you almost can't fail, their stock price, let's take Exxon. You give them every bit of 80 years, 90 years of financial data, and let them leave the room with a number that's within 25% of the correct valuation of that company that's going to trade on Monday. There's not a person alive that can do it.
I'd say that you've got a lot more information, though, available for a lot of these companies as far as, production, existing production. Like, there's a massive difference between a producing oil and gas company and something speculative like MMTLP. I mean, you can really.
But what good would it do you?
Well, what do you mean? What good would it do me?
Do you think you could answer that question?
I can tell.
We had every piece of data.
If a company's production is going up or down, and I can tell how much money they're spending on a yearly basis, and whether or not they're actually achieving their goals or not. Like for Contango, for example, Contango's publicly traded. They're getting out of the Gulf of Mexico. Not only can I see their production profile, but I also know their history in the Gulf. In fact, they just drilled a dry hole out there, and they left one of their vendors out. They paid him 70 cents on the dollar. Like, these are facts.
The sun is set on my investment advice.
Excuse me?
No, sure. I agree with you. That does matter. It does matter, but you couldn't take all the data in the world.
There's facts that you got to take into account when you go thinking about whether you're going to invest in a company or not. These are all very relevant facts that help make you make your decision for you, right? I mean,
I don't disagree. I don't disagree, but let's take your example. If you had all the financials 3 months ago, could you have predicted that they were going to shaft their vendor? Could you have predicted that? Nobody could.
No, but
that was an internal decision and something that happened in their balance sheet.
After the fact, when you do know the history, so then you're an informed investor. So I'm not talking about like before something bad is to happen, but I'm saying that all companies that you look at, you can take their history into account, and you can do the same thing.
Yeah, I wonder why, Big Al, because
the Oregon Basin, and look at the history for the last 7-10 years and what's been going on
like
there, and the fact that none of the acreage around it.
He doesn't have any risk.
Like a lot of things haven't happened in that storyline that typically happen with something like that. So, like once you evaluate history and you keep on looking at this thing year over year after year, if this thing exists for 20 years and nothing happens over there except paying shut-in payments and slow development, like this doesn't scream like it's a massive producing property or has the potential to be one if nothing's being done with it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah, and so that's
pretty.
Yeah, it is. It's very plain. It's very plain and easy to see once you know the complete history and look back.
But I think the difference is, Tom, is that we are here. This is not pre-investment. We are here.
Yeah,
whether we hear about choice.
Listen, I understand. Like, people bought into this thing with not that much information. It was purely speculative. And people are still speculating about it, obviously. But as far as future investment into Newbridge, I don't see, people clamoring to get in on it. But that's just me.
Well, and I'm not advocating or promoting anyone. I'll stand true to my words. And I got to be careful because there's probably somebody in here recording it, going to send this to the SEC. It says I was called a promoter the other day, just promoting oil companies. I'm not. But I would still sell out of this option here if the number was high enough, higher than what my risk calculation says it should be to put in this for another 10 years and say, well, what happens in 10 years if they never do anything with it? But somebody's got, even these oil companies have a risk manager somewhere. Trust me, I know. I used to have to go to their office all the time, and before we made submissions to the board of directors, we had to have a risk management plan for what if things went sideways, plus 10%, minus 15%. I've had to do all of that for drilling activities, and not necessarily drilling activities for me, but for producing activities and what was the overall economics. So every person should have a risk management technique if they're investing in the stock market or investing in anything. I would do it if I was buying December pork bellies from Iowa. I would try to figure out what are my risks, and I would try to invest in something.
I do it when I date anyone. No,
recommendation, and I would say everybody here in this audience that thought they were investing in a play, whether they got here by recommendation or by some other form of fiat, they feel like they were thrust in here. Man, I just can't tell you how I hurt for you. You are here. Now we want settlement. That's really what we want. And arguing over the value of the asset at this point seems to be moot. And it's it's just not a debatable. There's too many unknowable quantities for me today. I've studied this thing for now a month. I've looked at every report made. There is oil there. That I can assure you. There is a lot of oil there, and there's a good sum of gas, whether it's mobile, whether it's really meets the requirement of producible asset by the conventional means, which means, you know what it means. Everybody in the oil business down here knows what it means. By reasonably and normally accepted for the region you're in, lifting practices or producing methods, can you do it at a certain market value? And you have to label that market value. You say, well, we can produce it with pump jacks at $80 a barrel and make a profit. We can produce it with, I don't know, EOR, CO2 injection, water flood. You have to claim the method when you go to your seller's table,
to the bank, yeah,
and say, well, this is what it's going to be, and that's something that's not knowable yet. It's not done. I'm still a very patient person, and will stay here until offered something different, and whether it's a buyout on the other side, completely shift over to the cash option, or just stay here and see what they do. But I also don't know that I can predict the oil price right now. I'm about as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of rockers about oil prices.
Deep Marcellus, you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick thing to throw in here, and Picos, if you've been in the oil business long enough, you also know that, and I think you're saying this, I'm just kind of backing it up, that there's tons and tons of oil in the ground in various parts of the country that just simply are not commercially viable for numerous reasons. So we just have to keep that in mind in this case also. There's billions and billions of barrels of oil in Utah that will never see the light of day unless the oil gets above $150 forever.
Right. No, and that's always the caveat. It's only producible if there's enough money to go after it. And we'd have to have one hellish demand for that to happen, because there's so much free-flowing oil in the Permian Basin right now that's just locked in. They're not producing everything that's already ready to go.
That's interesting.
There's a lot of stuff that's, they're maintaining capacity for their budget. They're maintaining capacity for pipeline availability and all the product lines, NGL, LNG, natural gas, and crude. So it's a price proposition. I don't know the price, what it's going to be when I fear that it's going to keep going up, and then it's going to collapse again. And we're going to have to find some way to stabilize this oil price before anybody is going to want to develop new assets.
Well, I'd say the Gulf of Mexico is taking a turn for the better. We're getting a little bit more development going out there. For the past, 10 years, it's been pretty slow. I'd say after 14, it really tanked, but we're doing everything we can despite the government, and there's a lot more of investment going on out there than you've seen recently. So it's good stuff. It's all private money, though.
Where are you located offshore, Tom?
Vermilion 170 on the shelf right now.
Okay. Are you coming in that Sea Robin area? Sea Robin Henry Hub area on Vermilion Bay Pipeline?
Sea Robin got bought by Energy Transfer. It's Energy Transfer now.
Right. I just wonder where you're coming to market.
Big Al, you should write a country song.
So you are coming in there. It must mainly gas. Okay, so y'all go through the big slug catcher at Henry.
It goes to Energy Transfer.
Yeah, I worked at that facility. And
Tom, were you on the Deepwater Horizon?
No, negative. My friend was on the sister drill ship to the Horizon, though, and he was working at BP when they were drilling.
Oh wow!
When they were drilling Macondo, and he knows the people that were in charge of that, and the people at BP. The people that ran BP at the time, and a lot of the people that are still there, are some of the most incompetent people that work in oil and gas.
I heard that.
What happened with Halliburton and the company man that was out there, they didn't get a good negative test on their cement job, and the company man, told Halliburton to basically screw off, and the people at Schlumberger said, fuck you, and they called their helicopter, and they got off the Horizon. They were the smartest ones out there. But they didn't get a good negative test on that cement job on that liner on a record well, and they used to drill those wells at record speeds. My friend John was really good at it, and John told me when Macondo happened, there will never He owns, John, my buddy John, owns the record for the fastest and the deepest in many cases
Yeah, I
in
wonder
the
why.
Gulf. And he said, many of my records will never be broken now because the government regulations won't allow it. And he's right. And so he still holds many records. And, what happened with BP was extremely stupid. And people are in jail.
They are
because of
talking
it. And
the
I feel
value
like more people
downward.
should have gone to jail from BP. And I feel like BP should not be allowed to operate anywhere in the United States ever again. Just extreme neglect all the way around. And they give the oil and gas industry a bad name. They're not even American. There's so many things I could go on and on and on about this. They're rotten and evil. The people that worked in management in BP came into Apache Corporation when I was working there in 2010. Rotten and evil. Fired the consultants that knew exactly what they were doing and were saving Apache millions of dollars, ended up firing me over it, in fact, because I was loyal to those consultants, and I defended them. And the rotten people at BP ended up getting fired from Apache, too, because eventually Apache figured out that wasn't the way to go after they lost their ass, billions of dollars, and all kinds of crazy shit. But that's what happens, when you let BP people that don't know their ass from a hole in the ground run your oil company. It's not a good idea. And unfortunately, a lot of those people were Amoco hands, and Amoco just had a bad rep too. So, BP and Amoco, that was like the match made in hell. The two most incompetent groups of people, put them together, and there you go.
Yeah, I was there in Louisiana watching tar balls on the shore. Unfortunately, but one of the big disasters.
That's pretty good.
In recent times, at least. But
Slom Tokum, are you a parody account, or do you have some valuable insight to oil talk?
Well, you've arrived if you have a parody account on Twitter.
That's right. I got lots of people, lots of haters. It's great. That's how I know I've arrived. You're exactly right.
Maybe I'll just say
honest,
hi
Bill,
and then get off of it.
After a very long time, it's very. I'm feeling very happy that we have been engaged in a very intellectual conversation instead of just blaming FINRA or blaming SEC or going to the Congress. I know this issue has become a very political, and I'm not sure how it's going to resolve now, because things are going out of everyone's hand, including NextBridge and metamaterial, and things are getting very rough. But
Naked Truth, we have Pecos in our chats all the time where we're having intellectual discussions. So join us more often.
I'm gonna.
We're not like making live phone calls and having you listen to live phone calls.
I'm gonna put my hand up. Oh, I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, we still have good discussions.
And guys, I'll be honest,
Maybe I did the wrong.
past people I've worked with, and I don't mind answering questions. I'm not. I'm hopeful,
now I'm the speaker.
and I do have a certain bit of bias, but a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit, that it's in a region where, and many people have said this until recently, is you find oil where oil has always been. And if you're producing it right next to each other, that's the reason it's legally okay to use production that's not, you don't have to necessarily drill that well if it's in close proximity to other wells, and you can prove by geology that it's in the same pay zone. You can get a reasonable assessment on what oil should come up. You still eventually have to drill the hole. You still have to make the cake. But it's just simply a matter of discussion. I'm not going to argue with anybody, because some people come with such a contrarian opinion. They come in looking for a fight. They're not looking for truth. They're looking for a fight. And most of them bring a knife to a gunfight, and they're not worth the time to have it. But this has been a fairly friendly space. It doesn't mean that just because they're friendly that I like that because they agree with me, because most people don't. But most, like I said earlier, most people, if I were to address 1,000 software engineers about buying an oil asset, I would have to use a different set of language than if I was talking to 1,000 oil men. And that's kind of the plight here. But what I do know about this community, for the most part, and I'll say this about society, it doesn't matter if it's your political party, the church softball team, or a rodeo committee, if you put them together long enough, they're going to find dissension within that group. And that's just society. That's just a lesson in sociology, the way people work. And that's what's going on in this community. I choose to stay away from all of the negativity, and if I've made an enemy, it's been purely because somebody just doesn't agree with me, and they don't want to debate it. Anyway, that's all I really have to say. I don't mind discussing anything with anybody, but let's be civil, be respectful. I do have a set of a code that I live by. I don't appreciate swearing in front of women or children, and that's just the way I live my life. And I've heard plenty of criticism about myself in other spaces because I said that to them. If you don't have a Webster's 9th edition dictionary that you can find words to complete a sentence without a bunch of that trash, I don't want to talk to you because I can't speak that language.
And in the to also stay civil, I'm gonna move you down. Slam Tokum. No, not you, Pecos. Slam Tokum. We're not gonna troll people, but you can stay in the call. But I'm just gonna move you down. Okay.
Better be careful.
Slam Tokum.
I better be careful.
I like to engage in the little.
I better be careful.
I like to engage in the little foul language fights on Twitter on occasion, but we actually learn something here if we can listen to each other at least for a little while and absorb in some other ideas, other people's experience.
And trust me, I'm not.
We can absorb something helpful.
If I'm out working and I skin all the skin off my knuckles, I can cuss with the best of them. But I'm not trying to make a point to somebody. And I heard a young lady on a call one night that said she was said she had her speakerphone on and her son was sitting at the table, and the whole room was just a lot of cussing, and it just sounded bad. It just doesn't look good.
I'm going to, Jenny, I think, but they put me up at speaker.
It's just a choice. How do you communicate with that? Because most people,
I'm not going to give it much more time.
Is that correct? Is it just a normal language? Unless you're in Scotland. Now, these guys know how to cuss, and it's not personal. Yeah.
Oh, I see. I don't know how to put my hand
up. The
up.
North Sea platform, the Scots platform in the North Sea, you learn a different language, but anyway, that's all I really have to say. Just keep it civil, and let's ask questions and try to come to an answer.
All right, Slam Tokum, I re-accepted you because you didn't say anything wrong or weird, and so if you want to say something, you accepted the mic, so go ahead and say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to know what the objective of the group is. That's it.
Well, have you been listening?
I'll probably go on Busy Brand tonight. Yeah, I gotta walk my dog.
Enough to understand what's going on.
Oh, here's a hand.
We can do a full recap, but
we can. It's recorded. You can go back and listen and see what's going on. Basically, just some discussion on mainly these next bridge assets and different people sharing some thoughts. I mean, to admit, some people say it's worthless.
I don't know these people that well.
Millions of dollars, or have different thoughts about it, and really appreciate to have Pico Spill in because he gives us a bit of a balance to stay off those super high or low expectations and kind of see the middle reality of things here.
Do you have any thoughts on the oil and gas assets?
Maybe I'll dismiss myself.
Slam Tokum, do you have anything to say about the oil and gas assets?
He's on mute.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, talk about some ideas, especially anything pertaining to next bridge or oil in that area that might be worth talking. So, yeah, really, as I gain more experience trading, right, I used to always think in those more absolutes. Okay, what's the high this is going to go to? what's the maximum, then, learning how to assess some risk, right? What's the low this is going to go to? How am I going to handle that? And I think it only comes through time and some examination in how you're trading or investing in these things.
Jenny, I don't know what to do.
As you move through time, especially if you play a lot of these retail heavy stocks like I do.
I only know Dizzy and Pico Still.
Number one, is it worth your time and your money? And if you're holding these longer term, right, to give a little more thought into what the risk might be. So it's good to hear other people with thoughts on that.
I just want to quickly kind of interject also. Opportunity.
There's a lot of people I know down below.
Is a thing, and it's something that people need to keep in mind. Time is money, and opportunity cost can be an expensive, kind of a luxury, I guess you could say.
Yeah, I might leave.
If you don't have unlimited capital to work with,
I might say hello.
You're stuck in something that you're, in the red on. And it's going to take years to get out sometimes.
I really must be going.
And again, I don't have a position, but I've been in this position before. Sometimes it's better to cut what you have to be able to deploy that capital to something that has a better opportunity in the meantime.
Yeah, a lot of times, a lot of people,
true,
especially that are newer to the market, are picking one stock, right? Like it's a marriage. Pick one item, try to follow it through, see what happens, and that is a valid strategy. Pick something you know well, learn what you're getting into. But I think a lot of people tend to fall for these what's popular at the moment, which I think some MMTLP people also didn't really understand what oil they're getting when they bought.
See, they're talking it down.
Then there's a lot that did, right? So
it's important to know what you own, right? I mean, and when I say know what you own, that doesn't mean okay, I know what the sector is. That you really need to.
Is he really Billy Mack?
What it is that you're purchasing, and if you don't know it that well, understand that the risk is much higher, because you may, if you don't innately understand what those assets are and what the potential is and what the risk tolerance or, basically your, risk reward scenario is, you're kind of putting yourself in a bad position.
Bird Lady.
Hey.
All I know is Bird Lady said it was going to be $60 a share of Nextbridge because of the trillions of barrels of oil.
Yeah,
so that's all I know.
Okay, let's at least put some balance here. So she's not here to defend herself, and I don't think she ever said a trillion barrels of oil. There is a TCF of gas out there. There's probably more. It's probably more like 5 or 6 trillion, but who knows? That's pretty easy to measure when they get flow rates off of a given well, but it doesn't always extrapolate well. Just because you do one, you don't take one and say, well, if we drill 1,000, it'll be 1 times 1,000. It just does. It's work that way. Science is not quite as easy. But let's try to keep this away from talking about other people, and let's focus on a subject and an idea and something technical.
Sounds good.
That we can know. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just personally frustrated, but yes, we can move on.
Yeah, I can see your frustration, right? It's easy to see a...
Really? Dizzy's bad too, Billy?
Anything about it. So pick a battle. We can't do anything about a person who said that, or maybe you heard a certain way. We can't fix that. It's already been said. You can't unring a bell. And we just have to move on. But let's not degrade ourselves by talking about other people that are not here to defend themselves.
I mean, okay, side note, I think there should be some accountability in the future for all of that. If someone was saying things that...
well, I would think there's a mechanism for that, wouldn't you?
Oh, I mean,
on social media, this is the point of social media, is to call people out for their outrageous claims, right?
Again,
but I think, anyway, I don't mean to take from a productive conversation, which we were having, so I apologize. So let's get back on track.
But Dizzy, but this is sort of what I'm trying to touch on is, it's part of the due diligence process, and I know, like, listen, I've been in this situation before where I lost money on things because, things didn't turn out exactly the way they were supposed to, or management wasn't completely truthful. I mean, that happened, and again, it's part of due diligence is digging a little deeper, and I know that I don't know that person, and I've never listened to that person, so I don't know anything about what she said or didn't say. But it kind of goes back to you can't just trust.
I'm just going to say hello or goodbye or whatever.
All the information, factual information that we need in order to make a decision when it comes to investing our money, and that's all.
And fair point, very fair. But I think William's got his hand up. I'd like to hear from my friend William.
Oh, hello, William.
Yeah, hi everybody. I want to just quickly join in, and I'm honored to be here. I'd loved hearing you talk, Bill, Picos Bill. I wish I missed the beginning, but very interesting talk. I just really thought of two things. As unlikely as the upside might be, at this point, the downside is just as unlikely. We just don't know exactly where it is. And if you knew all the information on this project, you'd be buying in at maybe 8% return, an arithmetic return. It's the exciting part of oil and gas is trying to figure out what the possibility is. And if there's so many steps though, and everything can go wrong, but if things start working out, that's where you get the hockey stick types of return. And I don't know where this project is in its progress. I do know that when I first got involved with it, it was really brand new and there were a lot of risks. I get the sense that we've moved along the slope, maybe getting closer.
What makes you think that?
Just based on what I've listened to, primarily from John Berta. From John Berta. And I know John Berta personally. I don't know him as well as I know, say, Ham, but I grew over time to trust his representations. But I'll be the first to admit that what Bill was saying, Picos Bill was saying, we just don't really know. So I will admit that. And I do want to openly take, I'm one of the people that put out numbers per share, and I want to say that I did that. But I did it based totally on, back of the envelope numbers. I never based it on, really credible.
What did you base it on?
Well, I based it on a value of oil in the ground and how many wells there are. It's very rudimentary.
Do you think that was irresponsible?
Maybe in terms of talking to a lot of people, but no, I don't think it's irresponsible if the people I'm speaking with understand what I'm doing. But yeah, it might have been, and so that's why I'm bringing it up.
Ham you're talking about either. Who's Ham?
It might have been.
Thank you. Well, thank you for saying that, William. Ham the short seller.
It may well have
the
been.
Short killer.
So
Oh.
the only reason I'm bringing it up is to take responsibility for that. The other thing I wanted to say is listening to Tom. I just want to agree with what you said about BP 100%. When that was going on, I got to know Matt Simmons pretty well. And the thing I felt like was BP was treating us like the colonies, like we were a third world country somewhere that they owned. And I just wanted to say that. But anyway, whoever asked me if it was irresponsible, I don't know who said that. I will accept responsibility for being irresponsible.
Yeah, I have a question, William, if you don't mind.
Sure.
When you spoke to Mr. Berta, which I haven't had the luxury of doing that, but did you speak to him before you made your investment? And if you did, can you share with us any information that he shared with you?
Well, sure. I mean, I can share what I remember, but when I got involved with John Berta, Torchlight was a viable company, and I knew a couple of the people on the board. I was introduced by a friend of mine in the oil business and financing business who just died, so I'll leave his name out. He literally just passed away last month, or 3 weeks ago. So I met John Berta through friends of mine, and the purpose was for me to try to raise money for Torchlight. But that's going back to maybe, now it's stretching my memory, 2011 or 2013. And I remember studying it and talking to friends in the oil business, and the feedback I got was the Oro Grande may not be analogous to the Delaware, is what I remember, but the basin right next door, and to be careful. So that's the initial feedback I got. But as time has gone by, they've drilled some wells, they've announced results, and the industry has changed, by the way, from back then. So I'm a little more optimistic. But I lost money on Torchlight, by the way. I invested, then I got out, and I lost money. My recent investment was based on information that John's given me that's the exact same he's given you. So I don't have any inside information.
Well, I just want to thank you, William, for your transparency of your association with the folks involved in this play and your actual...
I have a question here.
Hold on.
Do you think...
Hold on.
Torchlight...
Naked Truth?
Maybe you can't hear you. Hold on.
Oh. Can you hear Julie?
Now try.
I can hear Julie. I can hear you, Julie.
I appreciate your transparency with everyone involved in the play and your association actually involvement in the Torchlight. So thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Julie.
Just a quick question, guys, and I'll be honest with you, I stopped following this story kind of during the whole Torchlight MMAT merge process, so it's been a long time, I'll be honest with you. What is the current financial status? Meaning, if this is viable, it takes quite a bit of capital to actually drill and produce. What is the current financial situation for the company? Because if they don't have existing capital,
let's see,
move forward with the drilling program, that's that me dilution, I would have to assume.
Yeah, that'll be it if they don't get any more capital raised for next bridge, right?
Yeah, at about October time, closer to October, they'll be at a need for capital. That's pretty much what I've come up with. Right, I'm assuming Metamaterials is going to, right, if they have a cash crunch, if they can't raise funds by October, Metamaterials is going to kick over their loan. Not sure, but most likely. And I'd expect maybe McCabe does the same, but they're going to have some fundraising by the end of the year.
What do you mean?
To be able to maintain the wells. Extend the date.
Again?
Yeah. Metamaterials has a liability to keep them afloat.
I know, I saw you say
Right,
that.
so, yeah, at least to some degree, they're still basically children under metamaterials, where they have some liability, but... So I don't think they fold and go bankrupt, hey, we couldn't make any money, sort of thing, but they'll need money to drill the wells, and then
They need
also
money
pay some
for shut-in.
expenses.
Yeah, for shut-in payments, for management, there's a lot that goes on there, but yes.
So at what point can metamaterials cut it loose? And how responsible are we for them?
Right. Metamaterial investor. I don't know if there's a set time limit.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mike
That'd be
Whitaker.
interesting to look at.
Well, yeah, because we didn't have to have that offering
We
dumped
got
on us
William
if
on
they
the
just
call.
paid
We've
us
been
back.
waiting for it.
Good point.
I feel
At
like
least 15 million
she.
worth, right?
I feel like she blocked me from saying
I'll
anything
look
more. I
into
wanted
that.
to say
Maybe
more.
there's a specific time period where if they're operating at 2 years, I'm not sure if there's any case law on that.
But she doesn't
Okay, thank you
understand
for
oil
looking
and
into that,
gas.
because I did not even know that. I thought we were free and clear, done, and we were just waiting on money to be paid back. So that whole thing was very...
Come as a surprise.
Yep.
Yeah, there's been a few cases where a company will do a spin out, right? And at least on paper they're independent, but the parent company that spins them out, at least for a certain period of time, has an obligation to basically
all
pay
on
the
crack.
bills of the spin out.
I just
Yeah,
want
I'm
to be
not sure
respectful
what
to
the magic number
Pico
is,
Still.
if it's 2 years or not.
Yeah,
I'll see what I could dig up.
Thank you for doing that. And you're also the first and only person that I've seen actually come up with that and show documents of how that has to be. So thank you for that.
Yeah, the Stomping Llama picked that up. And then I asked him, he's very good at these,
Really?
really penny stock finance.
Ramen Soups is being sued by John Berta.
How these companies raise money
Wow.
for the most part, and some of these corporate actions now and then. Not so much not an oil guy, but pretty much.
That's why she cut me
knows,
off.
The financing
Or-
in and out
I don't know if she,
for basic stock moves.
but she
And that's important that
Interrupted me.
MMAT investors are aware of that.
She
because
man.
that may
What
make
what
them
is it?
question
Mansplained?
their investment in MMAT,
Man interrupted?
knowing that there's a liability to stick with this next bridge and fund it.
Yeah, they did just recently. What was it? A couple days ago, put that out as one of their risk factors. So it was. They just recently kind of released that information, saying, "Hey, we're liable for
Wow.
next bridge and even any possible activity on the MMTLP stock that might end up for that." I'll post that up here in the nest. What metamaterials says is more important than what I say they said, right? Always good to try to get as close to the source as possible and read it yourself and make sense of it on your own.
There was way too many risk factors.
Can you guys hear me okay or no?
Yes, now I can.
Just a quick overview, and just so I have this straight, because again, I stopped following this story a while ago. You had Torchlight technically purchased.
All right.
Oh, you're cutting out.
MMET.
No,
Torchlight
no.
comes from a better spot. All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
All right,
I can't even get back into
Torchlight
it.
technically purchases MMET, but MMET holds 75.
MMAT.
Yep. MMET holds 75% of the company, and
Oh.
Torchlight held 25%. So then, I'm guessing this new combined company spun out the Torchlight assets as opposed to selling it, which was what the original plan was?
Because I think somebody's going to have to take you through the entire genesis of this.
You'll have to listen to the recordings.
We have to go back to the Genesis.
I'll see if they'll just give me a chance to say goodbye, but
It's a long story.
I feel rude to hang up.
The short story version of it is metamaterials and Torchlight merge. Torchlight spins off their assets, and eventually that becomes MMTLP. They spin it back off into NextBridge.
Well, okay,
there's a lot in between.
Let's put a little bit more detail there. So
before you keep going now, I just want to put this in here. We understand that every time that you take another step, there's another layer of lawyer language that's involved. So there's a lot of fine print that everybody should be reading here.
Okay.
On this, go ahead and continue. But I'm just like,
I'll send you a video. I'll send you a YouTube video of this guy named Huckleberry.
I like Huckleberry.
Step by step. So if you're curious to find all the steps, that's an hour we won't spend here. Just to say.
There's a lot of information out there. I would encourage people to do their own due diligence, and I understand if they're not familiar with the language in some of it, that might be something to bring to this space instead of us trying to. It's just too easy.
I really want to be polite to Pico's bill, but
to articulate the intent of a 141-page document, like I've got 91 pages of 10K at 141 pages.
All right, I'm going to leave.
Filings and,
I don't know how to do it without being rude.
And there's no way I could articulate that completely accurately that someone wouldn't be able to go back and say, but you said.
I guess just leave.
Get into that. I'm just not. Go.
All right, I just left. That's rude. All right, I just left. So, guys, let me just tell you why she said to me that it's irresponsible to come up with projections. And then I couldn't say anything else. I took responsibility for my valuation, but I've always admitted it was, it's very cartoonish. But I mean what I say. They're deciding to come to negative conclusions about the project. That's just as unproven as positive conclusions, in my opinion. And they have made progress. I still stand by my attempt at valuation. I think Roller Pigeon Bird Lady has made her attempts. I think Mr. Yonkers has made his attempts. I think my numbers are nowhere near the numbers that the insiders put up on Twitter, saying that they wouldn't accept below 600. Maybe it was 500, but I think it was $600 a share. So when you invest in an oil project or an oil company or an oil team, you're obviously going to either be bullish on the upside or negative. And, there were a lot of people that were negative on fracking and Mitchell Energy back before George Mitchell cracked the code, or actually it was a scientist, a young guy in his company. So I get that if people are relying on projections and they don't understand oil and gas, that it might be, I forget what word she said, inappropriate or she used a different word, irresponsible, and maybe it is. But with oil people, with someone just having a discussion, I mean, what else are you going to do? Are you going to invest your money without making any upside projection? The risks are always there in oil and gas. They're always there. And they're bad. Dry hole, you lose everything. But if you're going to invest, it seems to me, you want to try to give a calculation to yourself of what the upside is. And I was learning from Picos just then. I personally think John Berna is an honest man and has integrity. So let me see what you guys are saying back to me. Yeah, Stony Bones, that's true. Okay, Big Al. Well, what I didn't appreciate is I had already said, and I volunteered, that I had used numbers because I don't know, I felt like I should accept responsibility for that. And then I don't know. Anyway, I didn't like the approach. There is, I trust Jenny. I trust you guys. Hey, Amen. Salam. If on Tuesday GTI went up 50, God, my eyes have gotten tired. I got to put these on. I bought these at People's Drug. They're a hot item. If on Tuesday GTII went up to 50 and the volume was over 300 million, did the shorts cover? Well, if you saw 300 million in volume, you'd have to, whether the short's fully covered or not, you'd have to start thinking that you're at least halfway or 3/4 of the way full. If you see 300 million in volume, you should definitely be getting your chips off the table, in my opinion. Hey, Stony Bones, thank you. Derek, thank you. Derek. Big Al, she clearly did not like Berta being brought up. I wasn't insider trading. Hey, Derek, thank you. I knew they were baiting you for them, she just wanted an answer. They pre-planned, then railroading you. Yeah. I think you're right. It probably was baiting. Well, that's not good. If I set myself up for a lawsuit or something. Oh well. I didn't intentionally hurt anyone. That's Waylon. I never intentionally hurt anyone. Oh, here. Original projections based on actual figures was put out on my market moves with Tony. Well, Big Al, Alabama, well, you don't have to, I'm not asking you to give a number again, but, I did mine. No, I don't want to say anything bad about, look, I'm going to be clear. I'm a loyal guy, and I don't want to be involved with people that are trash talking John Berta. I don't want to do that. No, I never listened to him before, Lou. Look, here's how. I don't remember. It's all up there. I haven't edited it. However, I said it on my videos. The fact is, with oil and gas, and I said it, and that she didn't give me a chance to say that. But with oil and gas, there's always something. It can go to zero just like that. Oh, it watered out. Oh, there's no takeaway. Oh, price of oil goes down. So all your dreams can be shattered in one throw of the dice in oil and gas. I'd love to see that Big Al oh, wow. Wow. Jenny. Mark Belial announces John Berta engaged our firm to investigate the identity of poster Ramen Soups for illegal doxing, whatever the heck that is, him by disclosing private information in efforts to silence him. And what it... Well, yes, Sada. God, I tell you, maybe it's my old age. Sada Aman, I will come, and I'll look forward to seeing you. That's it. And I was never giving financial advice, ever. And I made that clear, and everything's my opinion. But going to what Big Al's saying, my numbers were really simple, and I admitted that. John Berta gave publicly, not to me privately, publicly. He gave between 3.2 billion and 4 billion barrels of oil as their estimate. That is before they announced successful wells, and then they're drilling additional wells. Before they announced the shallow zones. Which I understand has something like 3,600 or 36,000 wells. The shallow zones have a lot of wells. So he also talked about 7 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. He also talked about water. These are huge leaps forward from when I first got involved in Torchlight. And I admit to you, I trust John Berta. So when I did my calculation, I used a midpoint between I used 3.2 million to start with, billion barrels, 3.2 billion barrels. And then I just eliminated the value of the water, 0, and the value of the natural gas, 0. I just said 0. So I used a low number, and then I used $5 a barrel in the ground. Now the risk is you may never get that oil out. The other risk is whether my $5 number is correct when an acquirer comes, when a buyer comes. But the thing is, the calculation I was trying to give is what a buyer might pay for oil in the ground. If you're a public company, you might pay a lot more than that, even if you never drill it. Even if you never drill it. Why? Because it goes on your PowerPoints, and you say, this project we're going to do in 2033. Anyway, also you might give shares instead of cash. I do not know what their reserves are, and I have stated that all I knew is what John said. So I don't know if it's 4p or 3p or 2p or 1p or to not p. But anyway, that's how I got my numbers, using $5 a barrel of oil in the ground, ignoring the natural gas, ignoring the value of the water. Oil, I've seen transactions go at much higher prices than $5 a barrel of oil in the ground. But I said in all of my projections, maybe use $1 a barrel. I don't know. Anyway. CB. Well. All right, I have to, my busy call. Well, I might be able to do the busy call, do it while I'm walking. All right, so Big Al, that's what I was hoping on that call. I could talk back and forth with Pico's Bill. But, I'm not claiming I know everything. I'm also not suggesting to people that they look, you can't invest in the stock right now anyway. I never promoted the stock. I guess I talked about it on the last day or so, the Wednesday or the Thursday. But I never, I don't know why she's getting all bent, because most of the 99% of my talking about MMTLP is after the trading stopped, so people couldn't make any decisions in or out of the stock anyway. Let me just see what Big Al was saying. Yeah, Ramses was, Ramen Soups was. Well, in CB, that's what I was trying to take responsibility for what I said, but that's a different, if I can't fully explain myself, you're chopping me off at part of it, because I also said, I discussed the risks. I also said that you need an engineering, a reserve report, All right, Maddie, you're a good... I don't know, Matt, have I ever gotten you back unblocked? I don't know. Yeah, I'm still here. They don't want you to explain, yeah. I'd love locomotion. I'd love to have a piece of pizza. I'm going to give it 3 more minutes. I'm going to go walk the pooch, and then what's that expression? Kick the pooch? There's an expression about a pooch. Oh, I see, Lou. Okay. I didn't like that she picked on pigeon roller bird lady. Good evening, one fix man. I didn't like that at all, and I'm glad Bill Picos defended her, because that's not fair. I really enjoy and respect the effort that Roller Pigeon Bird Lady has put in. Look, there is no question that this is a situation on the security side, on the financing side, definitely on the short selling side, and on the oil in the ground side. We don't have enough information. So what are you left with? You have to speculate a little bit. I think I went to the very lowest end. And I think I said on my calls, I think I came up with $105 a share value. But I said chop it in half. Chop it in thirds. Use 1/10 of it, It's until you get data, you don't have hard information. But what are you going to use? All right, you need to unblock Maddie and Keith Meisner. Go into your settings. Where do you find these darn settings? I've looked, Jenny, I've looked. Well, it's not fair to pick on Bird Lady roller pigeons. It's just not fair. I think she does an analysis, and she uses her tools of understanding how to calculate, and I enjoy it, and I value it. And when you have nothing else, when I go to the track, and I don't go very often, it's just when I'm invited to Kentucky or somewhere, I buy tip sheets from 3 or 4, and I read them all. If you don't know what you're doing, take information from more than one source, and then judge which ones work. And I appreciate her work. I did want to talk with Pecos Bill, but I didn't get a chance. And I would have loved to have heard that guy Tom talk to him a little bit more, with him a little bit more. But I've never used my projections to pound the table and say, it's just, it's WAG. You know what WAG means? Wild ass guess. What's my analogy? I forgot my analogy already. Wild thing. Wild thing. Yeah, I think Big Al. So Big Al, let me see what you're saying. Yeah, I would have loved to hear about BP Horizon, and I could have talked a little bit more about what Matt Simmons and I would talk about. No, there's no, this up here. Maybe I'll look up there. That was Bill Pecos. That was Bill Pecos. Pecos Bill. Yeah, I hit that, and it doesn't. I've done that before. It doesn't give me any people. It gives me camera pro, live stream status. Yeah, it doesn't do it. No, I like what Bird. Look, she's whoever that woman was, Julie, I think. I'm not Julie. My name. No, I'm not Lisa. My name is Julie. Lisa left you long ago. My eyes are not blue, but they won't leave you till the sun shines through your face. She was your morning sun. She but she's left you here, drowning in your tears. I'm not Lisa. My name is Julie. Anyway, Julie, I wasn't finished speaking. She came at me, and then I couldn't say anything else. So I didn't think that was particularly fair. But all right, I guess she wanted to. She's lost money. She shouldn't have made the investment, I guess. What I heard tonight would make me not want to be invested in MMTLP. But that was 5 people talking that I heard. When I listen to John Berta on space calls, it's the information that he's disclosed to everyone. It makes me want to invest. And it's just all probabilities, guys and girls. There are very few new field discoveries in the world. If this works, the returns are massive. The fact that they found shallow production, to me, means it's not going to be zero. So in return for getting some kind of a return, you still have exposure to this huge upside. That's the oil and gas business, as far as I can tell. And that's the one thing she's probably right about, is if people listening to me don't fully understand oil and gas as an investment, and nobody understands it fully, but if they don't have some framework, maybe she's right. But I didn't have a chance to explain it even further. You know what I think, Jenny L? I have to do it on YouTube, I think. All right, I'll do it on YouTube. Maddie is great. I know I have to work on the singing, but it's one of the best songs ever. She was your guiding sun. She left you here in your fears. I'm not Lisa. Hey, I can't sing. I know that. That was Pecos Bill. I think very highly of Pecos Bill. I think very highly of Pecos Bill, and I would have liked to have a chance to talk with him. Yeah, I know he's waiting, but he's outside. He's all right. Let me just finish this. What's all the talk about a rat? Vigor. Matthew Parker, it's not hard to have vigor. You just have to face life with vim and vigor. I don't know. Well, that's right, Credence and Tone. I guess I'm kind of explaining myself because I'm feeling I was a little shocked to be challenged as irresponsible, because I don't think of myself as that. But I think in the sense that she framed it, maybe I was. But I will respectfully ask Julie to go listen to my videos and see how I framed it. I think I framed it in the context of, you know, what happens in when you're talking with the public or you're talking with other industry professionals. when you're talking with other professionals, you don't spend all the time saying past results don't mean future performance, last time I looked, the price now might be different. All those weasel words, you stop saying them because you're dealing with other professionals that understand that you're talking in those frameworks. There are no guarantees in investing. There just simply aren't. All right, I'll do that, Jenny. Derek. I'm not going to repeat that, but I like humor. All right, 22 daisies, thank you. I get insecure sometimes, frankly. I can do it now, Jenny, Rebecca. Click on Creator Studio. I have no idea. Well, somebody else came in, but anyway, I feel badly about it now. I shouldn't have clicked into that call. I just really did enjoy listening to... we missed the beginning while Bill was describing the project, the very beginning. I would have liked to hear that. And I like his insight, because he's absolutely right, by the way. My experience with oil and gas, get all gung-ho on a project, and then the oil guy's saying, well, we hit water here, or our bit got stuck in the pipe, or anyway, there's always something with oil and gas, and there's always a reason it's not working. So I think I made that clear quite a few times, that the whole thing could become moose pasture. All right, the backup guy is one who asked about Berta and William getting info. Well, someone, was it the backup guy that said that something about sharing any? I don't have any inside information from John Berta. That's an interesting dynamic that's going on there. I cannot imagine that anyone on that call paid more for their MMTLP shares than I did. And if they overinvested, I mean, it's an interesting dynamic. Thank you, Sharon Lee. I just wonder what it means for us, though, for you guys in MMTLP, because that's a pretty heavy dose that it's not worth very much. And if that message is the one presented to whomever's in charge of settling, you're not going to get a lot of money. All right. All right. Well, I can make, there is another call. Is it busy tonight at 10? I think it is busy at 10. It's busy at 10. 10 o'clock. 18 minutes. 18 minutes. The other one that has calls that I think are really good is Drew Diligence. Well, she's not going to like the video I put out. I'm going to do a video on MMTLP. Do I have a responsibility to let John Burden know I was on that call? I don't know. I'll think about that. I had no idea what I was walking into there. No idea at all. All right, guys. One more minute. It'll be 9:45. And so if anyone has anything to say, I got a ski-daddle. No, I don't want to be hangry. I don't want to be lonely. I just want to be loved and needed and depended on to give. All right. All right, guys, I'm going to hang up. And I'm sorry about that little interlude, my little darling. Yeah, Ramirio, I'm going off because I got to walk lucky and then I'm going to get on a space call. You are being a nudge, but that's all right, nudge. Nag, nag, nag. Nag, nag, nag. Do a show on the call. I found the question hostile about what information did John give me. I found that hostile. All right. I'll see you on the flip side. And peace to everyone. Cheers.